Where the bomb?
Bonsoir. Hey there. Happy Friday night. Bread Boy, thank you for resubscribing for 17 months now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. As always, enjoy the emotes, the fact that you don't have to watch ads upon coming into the channel, and the fact that you farm channel points faster than the average person. How am I doing third toss? Excuse me. What subsection of StarCraft is this? All right. Where the bar at? Damn. I'm the whole barnyard, bro. All right, lore man, answer me this. How kissable is Potemkin? I answered this question, actually. But that's beside the point. For various reasons, I ended up binging a lot of the Guilty Gear lore yesterday. And I found out I understand it much better now. I actually can tell you, like, what year the Crusades ended, what was Baptisma 13, what the hell was Overture 2, etc. Hi. He'd be a lovable lover if he didn't crush you. True. New PC to look more effectively. Ah, congratulations. Now you too can play very cool video games. You know, if video games weren't so expensive. But that's what the Steam summer sale is for. But it's already over, so what's the point? Well, there's always the next one. I mean, there's an autumn sale, and then there's a winter sale, and then we come back to the spring sale, and etc. There's always a sale. It comes in cycles. The Koriyuki. Thanks. Anyways, I'm not gonna win Evo by not playing the game. So we gotta jump into it. What was it? It was like one of the crazier things I came to understand. Like, I know what the seed of chaos and the scales of Juno are now. I understand why Soul's mortal. I understand why Asuka is thought to be a bad guy. It turns out, okay, it all started with the... Actually, it wouldn't it be easier if I just went to... Where is it? GG World. Karaji mid-tier, the most honest character. I mean, I still maintain that he's a very honest character compared to other things. He's still got the one gimmick though, like spinning does upset people. But I always say this to people, like if you hit into spin, that's your fault. You should know better. You know? At least that's my opinion. Every time I play into an Anji mirror and I hit through spin, I'm just like, that's on me. I threw out a button. I should have known. I should have ran up. I should have run up and grabbed or jumped actually. You know, the counterplay is right there. Unlike other characters, right? All the top tiers, what's the counterplay? Sit there and guess correctly. I mean, that's kind of what you have to do against Anji too, but you can guess more correctly often. More often guess correctly playing against Anji. That's not so much the case, and that's not even the worst part, right? Anji has to reset you every single time and guess correctly on his part. The other characters can rinse and repeat once they have you in the corner, right? Look at Ram, look at Gold Lewis, look at Sin, you know, Happy Chaos. I mean, debatable whether he's top tier nowadays, but Potemkin, Johnny, they all run the same mix-ups. Well, it's not the same, but the issue is that they got high-lows, grabs, and stagger pressure, all while you have to hold that. You cannot just be like, oh, this is interactable. I can mash here. I can grab that. I can jump here. No, you can't. All you can do is down, back, and occasionally fuzzy. That's about it. All that shit's guard crush, right? So, yes, Anji's pressure is fake. Does this make him bad? No, it just means that in the right hands, he's good. Like, let's not say honest. Let's say he's fair. How's that? Okay, he's a fair character. You just have to know what to do. Am I wrong though for thinking that Anji feels more fair to fight against than Elfeld sometimes though? I feel like sometimes Elfeld just kind of wins off of like one confirm. The most fairest of them all is my boy Libra. Ooh. Also, hello Garland. Okay, hold on. Chronology. So I can actually name it, okay? The Crusades ended in the year 2175. All right, and the modern Guilty Gear games, Exard and Strive, take place in 2187. Oh yeah, baby. Guess who studied their history? The end of the Crusades. Ah yeah, I'm correct for this. Also, funny enough, we know Kai's age, but we actually don't know a bunch of the other characters. Like, only certain characters we know how old they are. Kai's like 30 in Guilty Gear Strive. And Dizzy is like effectively the same, like a similar age, if we count like gear years. You know, we count gear years like you would dog years, basically. Like apparently being 3 years old in gear years is the equivalent of being like 20 something in human years. How old is Soul? Soul is like, I don't know. Soul, Arya / Jacko, and Asuka were all like in their mid-20s or 30s when it was like the 2000s, 2014, right? Yeah. And so about 100 years, no, over 150 years have passed. So technically Soul, Asuka, and Arya are all like, I want to say like 180 something. Probably around that ballpark. You know, grandpa, grandma status. Ancient, really. Also, apparently that man, or sorry, not that man, that's Asuka. The original, the guy who discovered magic and discovered the backyard, which is like, you know, the other universe that has magic in it and whatnot. Let me explain, okay? I can explain this now. Soul's 200-ish. Oh, okay. So a little older. I kind of lowballed how old they were in the 2000s. My bad. Anyways, the point is, in the early 20th century, the original was basically discovered magic, went into the backyard, and was like, "Yo, this place is funky. I could use this stuff to help mankind." So he essentially creates the universal will, which is, think of it like the magic AI, okay? And it's like He gives it the directive, hey, please bring happiness to humans. And the universal will is like, but then it has to compute. And it's like, what is a human? Thinking emoji. And it deems that humans, as they are incomplete. They are not real humans. I will create real humans. And so the universal will then takes it upon themselves to try and, perfect the formula by wiping out and eradicating all regular humans. By first trying to manifest itself through technology. And that's why all the tech kind of goes crazy on Y2K. 1999. So they ban all electronics, and then the what's it called? The original comes and says, "Wait, everybody, don't panic. We have magic now, and so we can use technology, but it's magic." And so that's what happens. And so mind-blowingly amazing that it becomes a bit religious. And so the Sanctus Populi is established. It's like the Pope, but for magic. And so they're the world superpower now. And sometime during this era, the original decides to, takes on some disciples, including Asuka. Asuka's the 5th disciple. And says, here's the Seed of Chaos and the Scales of Juno. I took them from the backyard just in case, because I discovered that when these two, they're basically like the Adam and Eve of the backyard. And if they ever appear at the same time, then the absolute world phenomenon occurs. And what this means is that it's when the backyard and reality merge for like a hot minute. And when this happens, it basically eradicates every single thing in the universe. Well, not the universe, but in a given area, because the information is so dense. Oh my god, Lulu, thank you for raiding with a party of 8. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. My name is Bron, modern day bard at your service, your one-stop shop for poetry, performance, and pleasantries. When I'm not playing fighting games, you can usually find me reading, writing, and sometimes I might even sing you a psalm. Hey, welcome in. Okay, there's definitely something wrong with the shout-out bot. I don't know what's going on with it. At least you got the big shout-out. I know what you were playing, though. You were playing Street Fighter. So, how many crates did you get? How many crates in CSGO do you get to open now? Pants grab. I mean, I know Nightbot's working. Pierce. There. Go. Away. Oh, now. Away. Let's see. There has to be something. Maybe it's my extensions. Streamlabs? No. It's not that one. Sound alerts? No. Which bot? It has to be It has to be the Streamlabs bot. It's the only one that gives a shout out. But I wonder why it's not working. You have to just trigger on and off. Wait, not that one. This one. Wait, do I have to mod shout out? Hold on. Mod. Stream elements. Nope. No idea. It only has 2 commands, so I don't know why it's not working. It's probably just Twitch API. Alas. It was working for since last week. Got all blue? What does this mean? Hola, Bruno. Hello, Sinful. What's up? Anyways, so that's a mystery. But welcome in, Raiders. If you gotta go, you gotta go. Please do get some rest, otherwise feel free to stick around. Now y'all know where to find me. Lowest rarity skins. Oh, I see. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay, I was still Street Fighter brained. I was like, what do you mean by all blue in Street Fighter? The only all blue I know is the one in the One Piece. But no, yeah, you got the doo-doo luck. I'm sorry to hear that. No knife today. If you could roll any knife though in the game, which one would it be? Out of curiosity. Breakthrough. Not much. All good, simple. Well, you're welcome to chill here for a while. I'm expounding on Guilty Gear lore real quick. Something purple? Oh, you don't have a specific knife in mind? Maybe I'm crazy for thinking the Bowie knife is pretty okay. Everyone wants a karambit though. I mean, I can't complain. The karambit's pretty sick. Bowie, kukri, or butterfly? Okay, there we go. Perhaps the knife that's worth 15k? Okay, yeah, but like, that's the knife you sell. What about the knife you keep? Unless you're saying you keep the knife that's 15k. I mean, it would be a pretty big flex though. It's just like mid-game, you start flipping your knife in the lobby, and everyone's like, whoa, whoa, that guy's balling. I was like, yeah, bro, I got the ice. I got the ice in my hands. I'm selling that instantly. Exactly. That's the knife that you sell, not the knife you keep, right? Yeah, a butterfly knife is also sick, by the way. A friend of my brother's, for his birthday, made my brother a trainee butterfly knife. And I got to try it out, and the thing is really fun. But if it were a real knife, I would have cut myself so many times trying to practice that shit. 15 actual USD? 15k? Yeah, Tire Toad Sage. Like, the economy, the Steam trading economy in Counter-Strike is actually insane. Yeah. Because, like, that is an established marketplace. CS trade economy is insane. Yeah, right? I believe you, but also absolutely not. No, I mean, I wouldn't pay $15,000 for pixels on the screen. However, other people would. I'm calling it NFTs, but cool. I mean, NFTs is like another whole ass thing, right? Another can of worms. Because that, I mean, you're basically, yes, paying to quote unquote have ownership over a photo on the internet, which you don't really, right? I mean, they can go over all these different things about it, but you don't really own that. Whereas in Counter-Strike, you actually do get to own it and use it and do all different things with it, right? Is the price justifiable? Debatable, actually. Depends on who you are and how much you value artificial scarcity, but there was a knife that went for 1.5 million. I forget which knife that was. I mean, I want you to understand, people pay as much, if not more money for fucking cardboard called Magic the Gathering. All right? Y'all remember Black Lotus and how much that shit went for? You don't remember how much Post Malone paid to get the one ring when they did the Lord of the Rings collab? I'm just saying. And you have your own use for it. Exactly. You can just stab a fucker with it. Like, how does it feel dying to 15k, man? Yu-Gi-Oh's bad too. Okay, but like, not everyone plays Yu-Gi-Oh. A lot of people play Yu-Gi-Oh. But that being said, the audience for Yu-Gi-Oh is actually much smaller than the audience for people who play Magic the Gathering in terms of like actual card play. Oh yeah, the One Ring. Yeah, exactly. Maybe if I was a pro CS player and really liked the knife, but that's a really niche situation. I know. I mean, I'm just saying people have money to burn out there, and it is an unfathomable amount that I cannot even begin to wrap my head around because I don't make that much. You leave MTG out of this. I used to have a problem, but I've recovered because my mother trashed my collection, but I digress. I mean, I understand, okay? My day job right now is related slightly to Magic the Gathering cards. And so, like, I get it. I've heard many a horror story of people going a little too hard on the Magic the Gathering stuff. I mean, I still have my commander decks. I'm just saying. All right, I'm a green-white player myself. No, I don't play the tokens. I play Stompy green-white. That's what I'm playing. Because I think it's very funny. I fight my mother if that happened. Oh, what the? Do you got any Digimon cards for sale? I don't have any Digimon cards. The only Digimon merchandise I have is like my old VHS tape that I used to watch from like the original series. I have like episodes 1 through 3 or something like that. Sad. Yeah, I wasn't a Digimon kid, unfortunately, except for like the VHS tape. That's literally it. My mother considered it the devil and put my cards out in my brother's car in middle North Carolina, where the humidity feels like it'll kill you. Okay, but like, did the cards survive, or like? I mean, I'm assuming NC is North Carolina, but could be something else for all I know. I feel like I've lost the plot here a little bit. The point is, people will pay a lot of money for like who knows what. New Cork? That's definitely not it. They got warped. There was really no bringing them back from that. Oh no, not the warped cards. You know what's funny though? The foil on Magic the Gathering cards is kind of cheap compared to other franchises. I don't know what printing they use, but like foil cards for Magic the Gathering will bend way easier than like other things, which makes them really hard to actually use properly in a deck because whenever you try to shuffle them, everyone knows immediately which card is the foil card. It's absolute shit and got way worse circa 2014 to 16. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just not worth buying a foil card, not even reverse foil. And no. These days, I mean, the funny thing about Magic in comparison to, say, something like Pokemon cards, right? Pokemon cards are crazy. People will go out and buy so many packs just to open something up. But you don't really see the same phenomenon with Magic because Magic the Gathering is more focused on, like, actual gameplay. So people are more interested in, like, the marketplace where people are selling used cards and, you know, manipulating market prices for cards that are in higher demand based on who knows what's going on in, like, Standard or the constructive world, right? You go to edhrec.com, see what's going on there. You know, get yourself a dockside extortioner. I don't know. Oh, hi, Murdoch. Speaking of foil cards, I need to buy a full art foil Snom. It's the only card I care about because I love the little wormy boy. Snom is amazing. All right, I will not have people talk shit about my boy Snom. It's a good Pokemon. You know, funny enough, Snom and Pyukumuku are kind of like in a similar family of this is a blob thing and looks funny and is very cute. But people love Snom way more than they love Pyukumuku. And maybe that's because Pyukumuku, like, spews out its guts or something. I don't know. Either way, though, a foil Snom would go crazy. But aren't there, like, multiple different Snoms, though? Which edition Snom would you be getting? That's the question. Actually, now that I think about it, funny enough, I actually did get to touch a $1,000 Pokemon card a few months ago. It was the Umbreon card, actually. I'm not going to say what the circumstances were, but I was like, wait a minute. This thing's $1,000. Cool. I mean, it was sleeved up. It was protected. You know, that shit was worth a lot of money. Don't forget Pincurchin. There's a gif of the three of them vibing. Oh, hell yeah. Off topic, been playing New Melty again after OG FSN watch along with Ryone and friends, and man, playing Seba made me really enjoy the game more than before. I thought about picking up Melty, right? It was on sale. It was on sale for like $15 USD during the summer sale. But I had to talk myself out of it because I was just like, you can't, Bron. You can't just buy another Steam game to put in the library and then not touch it for who knows how long, right? You have a circulation of video games that you're currently playing right now, and if you want to buy it, you're going to have to justify it by putting in the hours. And do you have the hours right now? Hell no. All right, look what we're doing right now. I'm talking about Guilty Gear. I'm playing the horse game after, by the way. I didn't talk to you guys about that. I still feel like New Melty is worth it to get. I mean, yeah, I tried it when I was borrowing it from Carbs for a minute before I lost access to it because I switched computers. But I justify in buying Darkwood because I want to play a horror game. Darkwood is good though. Darkwood is fun. And it's also really cheap. That being said, I can't play Darkwood for shit because I'm really bad at it. I don't know where I'm going most of the time, and I end up wasting most of the daylight. I don't know, survival crafting games are just not my thing because, not that I get stressed out, but more like, I get a headache after playing it for like too long. I don't know why. I think I just think too much. You know, I think too wide. I don't think narrow enough. You know, I gotta, hone in, focus on what I need to do. But even then, right, I'm just too much go, and not enough like, here's the fun thing, keep doing the fun thing. Plus, ever since I played Pikmin as a kid, right, timed events kind of stress me out as well. Because I'm always like, I'm not going to get the best ending or whatever if I don't do everything correctly. It's the same thing for Fire Emblem, actually. Because Fire Emblem, if you enable permadeath and you do it wrong, then you just miss out on story. And I'm just like, no. And so I had no gripes about going to game FAQs, game facts, whatever you want to call it, and looking up how to get best route in Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn or Path to Radiance, what it was. But that shit got complicated fast. Especially there was this one level I don't remember which one it is, where you're playing as like Micaiah, I think. You and the rest of your gang have to chase down this one particular character on the map, and if you don't catch them in time, then you miss out on like something important. Let's see. It's still the best fighting game package for its price. That's fair. It has a lot going on for it. I'm just saying the Nasu verse is pretty crazy. Every single time I watch that video, like, how many Nasus are there? Or not Nasu. What is it called? Nanaya Shikis. How many Shikis are there, right? Too many. I wish the ranked mode for Strive would come out already so I can justify it in my tiny lizard brain dumping time to swinging a giant sword. Okay. I mean, you can justify it right now because RAM is really good. You know, it's only going to carry over. It's not like ranked comes out and automatically everyone's just going to get better at the game. It's just that ranked comes out and then suddenly everyone feels like playing the game again for like all of a hot minute until they realize they don't actually like playing Strive most of the time. It will mostly just be attracting players who hate the lobby system and hate the fact that like they have to go into it, load all the time, and then, you know, do the song and dance. Really, because it's that hard to get a game, especially when everyone's funneled into East Coast, because that's what everyone agree. Like everyone, there's no actual on paper agreement to say, hey everyone, we're going to the East Coast, whatever, right? It's just because that's where all the action is, so that's where everyone goes, you know? Even if one guy is in West Coast and saying, I'm right here, guys, no one's going there because that's not where the party is. You go where the people are. And the people are all over in East Coast. Why? Because, I don't know, East Coasters seem to love the game more. Who knows? Not Ram Nago. Oh, I see. Too many giant swords. Too many giant swords. There we go. Shiki dinosaur. Dinosaur Shiki, baby. Yeah, you're right. You're so right for that. I just don't like the lobby system. Strive the game is awesome. Exactly, right? That's what I'm saying, right? It's going to attract all the people who hate the lobby system. So, really, if they manage to knock it out of the park with the ranked mode, where you literally just queue in, fight, right? And then you rinse and repeat the process. Bucket of water. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. I'm just saying that the moment they manage to get this thing going, right? Where you hop on ranked, or even like it's just quick match. They're literally reinventing quick match. You hop on Strive. I would hope, by the way, that the ranked mode allows you to be in ranked while in training mode. That would be great. If not, we'll take what we can get. Okay, like good lord, man, monkey's paw curls every single time we ask for something. Remember when we asked for frame data and this is what we got? It's a mess. I can't read it, but it's enough, I guess. I can parse information when I need to. Hello, welcome in. I got a funny LK clip to show you. Context, I was telling Lord Knight that I noticed how easy Bedman neutral is now that I'm taking a break to learn BBCF. Oh, hell yeah. Hope Central Fiction's treating you well. But let me take a look. Bedman equals Amane? You're actually so right, because I play Amane Nishiki in BBCF. My drill will pierce the heavens. All right, let me take a look at this. All right, put it on the screen. Oh, that's not it. There we go.
It's literally not flame. The fact that you recognize it specifically is what makes it not flame. Yeah, you understand? And you had to go outside of your comfort zone. Except you didn't go outside of your comfort zone because you're fucking playing Amane. What's wrong with you? Why not play Jin?
Hell So can I get a chat replay?
The fact that you recognize it specifically is what makes it not flame. Yeah, you understand? And you had to go outside of your comfort zone. Except you didn't go outside of your comfort zone because you're fucking playing Amane. What's wrong with you? Why not play Jin?
I'm smiling.
People play the same character every game. Now, you said all that, you're like, I'm playing Amane.
I mean, I'll say this much. Amane can be played as a very much shut your brain off kind of character. Start spamming the drill button, man. You know, get that level 3 drill. Make them block. You know, that if that's your prerogative, go for it. That's what I'm doing, man. I don't know a single combo. All I'm doing is spam the drill because I don't play that game. Oh my god. I still put Strive on shit tier of a fighting game because the online experience so ass. Okay, but Murdoch, what about the early Strive experience? You remember that? When the game first came out, it was beautiful. Ran smooth like butter. There was no crossplay. There was no extra stuff. There was no loading in for 10 minutes. It was like, bam. Okay, maybe the loading into the title screen was a little bit like, it was a little long, but the actual game was good. I remember this. You know, rollback was smooth. And then they started adding too much. They started adding crossplay and everything else, and then, like, it was a bunch of spaghetti. They would do well just to copy-paste SF6 ranked mode. I mean, Capcom's got that, like, that shit under lock and key. They got the patent on that, you know? I don't... If they could copy that... if anyone else could copy that, they would. But there's not... Actually, well... I guess Uni 2 does a pretty good job of a lobby system, too, right? I don't know. If they don't do that, which fucking DBFZ and Grand Blue Versus has already, I'm gonna scream. I know. I don't know, man. You could always play Marvel Tokan when that comes out. I actually really like the in-game frame data. Oh, I like it too. It's just that I wish it was more, readable. There was definitely maybe cleaner ways to implement it, but, maybe they worked with what they got. I wish they took more effort with the frame data. Burn out their shield, exactly. Amana and Bed have to have some things in common. Do have some things in common, not gonna lie. Yeah. Burn their health bar with Shep, yes. I do not have fond memories of early Strive. All I remember is pre-patch FD Soul Far Slash. Okay, wait. We're not talking about game balance, though. We're talking about, like, how good the game ran. Game balance wise, season 1 was highly questionable and suspect at points, but that was because, well, I had no bearing for this because I was like baby fighting game player at the time. I was like, I'm happy pressing the buttons. I'm in my lane flourishing. Knowledge is, corruption. Ignorance is bliss. I am simply a foal in the beautiful meadows of fighting game land, touching flowers, eating grass for the first time. And we're like, neutral, I don't know what that is. What's up, Dr. Swag? I didn't have any characters I enjoyed in season 1, not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, the fun part about season 1 was waiting like you're a kid on Super Smash Bros. Announcement day for which DLC character is gonna come out. That was the fun part. We don't really get that as much anymore. Well, especially not now because they announced all 4 characters ahead of time, so the hype is kind of like gone right now. You know what I mean? If you just break it into fundamental parts and then ask game devs to stitch it all together, you can start with a facsimile of what you want it to be and work from there. Fair. I'm not a game dev though, so I'm not sure how feasible that actually is. I'm already the #1 Agent Venom main. They're gonna add him trust. Agent Venom. Ain't he already in the game? Unless we're talking about something else. FD used to make moves more plus on block. Oh yeah. That was a thing, huh? Yeesh. I think I still didn't enjoy season 1 because of the fact that I didn't have a ping indicator when fighting someone. That's true, they added that later. I had to guess the connection I'm gonna have. Is it be good or not? Season 1 Happy Chaos. Okay, season 1... Technically that was season 2, right? Wait, no. No, you're right. Happy Chaos was the first round of DLC. It was Gold Lewis, then what, Jacko, then Happy Chaos, then Testament, and then Biken, right? Yeah. Because then the second DLC was Sin, Bridget. It was Bridget, Sin, Bedman, and Johnny. No, not Johnny. Johnny was later. Agent Venom. Thank you. Hold on. What is this? Let me take a look. What am I working with here? Oh. Not the Google gotcha. I have to click on all the sidewalks, guys. Can I stream this? Hold on a second. No, I probably shouldn't. No! Yeah, I can't stream it, actually. The IP address is showing. No, I have to redo the gotcha because I accidentally clicked out of it. Crosswalks. I don't see any crosswalks here. Oh, what the? Okay, click on all the buses. All right, I can click on all the buses. How's that? Okay, how about this one? Motorcycles. Okay, I can click on that. Bicycles. Okay, this one. Motorcycles. Okay, this one and that one. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm not a robot. Flash Thompson. Oh, that Agent Venom? That's a whole ass other Venom. Isn't that gonna be in like Marvel Rivals? Bron not a robot? punch in the air right now. No, I'm not a robot. Come on. It says in my bio, I'm human. The only reason I have to put that in my bio is because every single other VTuber out there is like some other combination of demigod or animal combination, right? Or something in between, something other. I don't know, slime. No. I'm literally just human bard by occupation. That's it. Right? My defining feature is my occupation. Good lord, that's a long link. I agree. Let's see. To be fair, they kind of had to. Same with SF6. Hacker's been whooping devs' asses recently. I don't know how they're gonna fix that going forward. Ew. I remember Hacker, man. That was a time. Capcom are quick with the reaction to this shit. That's true. Too many hackers. Flash Thompson. Thanks, Dib. I figured that out. I didn't put it on the screen, did I? Hold on. I mean, it's you know, Agent Venom. This just looks like Spider-Man, but with like a cooler Venom costume, I'll be honest. You know? It's collectible. You can get it as an action figure. Just like a spider connecting a bridge in 100 feet. Asuka was after Bedman, and then season 3. Oh yeah, I forgot about Asuka. It was Asuka, Bedman, Sin, and Bridget. That was season 2. And then season 3 is Johnny, Alpha, Abba, and Slayer. Yeah, that's hard to forget. Now season 4 we got Dizzy, Venom, Unica, and Lucy. Which reminds me, I gotta binge the what's it called? I mean, I'll probably do it on my own time. Not sure yet though. Gotta watch Cyberpunk Edge Runners. I didn't even play Cyberpunk, but I don't think I need to watch the anime. Also, I heard they announced a season 2 of the anime, so there's that too, I guess. They still didn't fix Hackerman. He just got bored. I mean, I would be too if the game was in this state. Bard is demi-bard. Where's the half? Agent Venom's only out-of-comic appearance is the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon. Really? Never been in any other show, game, movie. He's one of my favorite spider people. Honestly, I could see him making an appearance in Marvel Rivals out of anything else. What's up, Padnucko? Good to see you. Edge Runners. You don't need to play the game, no? Yeah, I figured. I mean, the game was also on sale, but the game is usually on sale for like $30. And every single time everyone says, yeah, it's really good. But I keep realizing I can't go and play more open world games because I just never finish them. The only one I ever finished recently was Elden Ring, and that's because that game had me at a death grip, bro. When that game came out, I was unemployed at the time. I woke up, played the game, went to sleep, dreaming of the game. Woke up again. Jesus Christ, man, I was in it. That game had me in by the ball sack. Holy. Shit was fun. But that's probably because I played all the rest of the From Software games. Because, like, the world was just so fun to explore. I mean, granted, it's not the best open world game, but it was just really, it captured the imagination. Sure, a lot of it was like copy paste, like, oh, it's the same boss here and there, but like it had that, you know, feeling of, you know, you play Breath of the Wild, right? You see something in the distance, you can go there. You can go do shit there, right? And that was the fun part. Except it was Elden Ring, and they gave you a horse. I mean, you have a horse in... Actually, do you have a horse? I don't remember if you have a horse in Breath of the Wild. Either way, though. Pot 6H discourse that is going on is very funny. What is Pot 6H again? Hold on a second. Dust Loop, help me. Where is it? Pot 6H. Oh, you motherfucker. This does a lot of fucking damage. Wall bounce too, you know. I mean, look. I'm gonna say this again, okay? The people who get really surprised by how much damage Potemkin does and how many things he has now, like, oh, I'm not safe next to him, I'm not safe full screen from him, this guy's a terror. You're right. You are right? But you knew that going into this. Well, at least now you do, right? And you complaining about it is not going to change the thing. That's in the game right now. They're gonna patch it out later because everyone's complaining about it. We know this. We don't know when. So you complaining about it does nothing, right? You either stop playing the game or adapt. That's what I do. All right. I regularly go out and seek Hug Droid mixed team when I get my shit rocked. When I want to get my shit rocked. Okay. I live with it. I accept that this is a thing. I accept that it's gonna kill me half the time. What do? Outplay it. You can 6H this, or sorry, yeah, you can 6P this, sorry. You can 6P as 6H. How, it's minus 15 on block too, but the problem is that it's got the Johnny effect where like, yeah, good luck, bro. It's like disjointed as fuck. Either adapt or stop playing. And I chose ladder because it's not fun. Exactly, Murdoch. I wouldn't really call that discourse. It's just people reacting to a funny clip. Double knuckle sandwich. Peep the hitbox. You know, you're right. It's disjointed as fuck, too. I die for less money. 200% adapting, you know? Like, this is just fighting games in a nutshell, all right? Adapt or die. Right? It's like real life. You can complain and ask people for handouts, or you could get good and do something about it, you know? That's my soapbox. Maybe I feel a little too strongly about that. I don't shame complaining, to be honest. It's probably the healthiest way of letting out frustration. I'd rather someone just complain than harm themselves or let out their anger on their surroundings. This is also true, right? People complaining on the internet is harmless. People doing actual violent things and hurting other people's feelings is not okay. Don't go to tell someone to, you know, disappear ominously. You know what I mean. Don't go tell people to off themselves. That's not okay. All right, we all know that. If your friend tells you to do that, that's not okay. If someone you don't know tells you to do that, well, you don't know them, so it's like, whatever, right? But that's not okay. It's fine to actually not adapt to a game if you don't enjoy it. That's true, too. If you, like, I'm saying, right? Actually, this reminds me. I have a friend, right, who really enjoyed Super Smash Brothers. Unrelated to anyone I'm talking to now. This isn't a friend I used to hang out with a lot, but don't hang out with anymore. I mean, I still do, just like very rare, because they're always busy. They've kind of moved on in life. But they would complain so fucking much, not just about Smash, but other things too. But what occurred to me was the fact that I realized the more that someone complains about something, the more they actually love that thing and just wish it was better. That's what I realized. And so every single time I saw him get violent with his controller over something, I realized that it was not only just like a little bit of self-loathing for not being able to do the thing he wanted to do, but also because he just wished that everything was better. It was a whole like host of problems conglomerated around a single video game. And I realize that's the case for a lot of people who don't really have good outlets for how to process their emotions on things, right? Not everyone can be me and say, you know, that's a funny thing that just happened. I'm going to move on with my life. Some people are like, that's bullshit. I'm going to go do this and that. I'm going to talk about it on the internet. I'm going to complain about it with friends. Some people are like, I know people in life where they're like, they're going to complain for the next 24 hours and then they're going to forget about it. They're going to like, all right, I'm good. No, it doesn't bother me anymore. And I'm like, really? Yeah. Nah, I'm good. Seriously. Okay. All right. I think, yes. Narga Goriyuki, Narga Kuga. Plot being good is more fun than whatever Johnny is right now. Johnny is in a different state of like, man, this guy is a little too good at everything, huh? I have so much trouble touching the guy. Still not one of my worst matchups. The only thing that gets me when playing against Johnny is, well, two things, right? When he does the step dash to try and grab you, and when he does the instant overhead. The instant overhead is probably the killer. That's actually my real problem. I don't have a problem with Mistfinder right now because I play Anji. I don't got tools to deal with that other than like 6P. It's minus 15, but you're not gonna punish it, right? You're too far away. Very few characters can. As someone who used to have anger issues and did put a hole through my door over DVFZ, I know how bad that shit can get. Yeah, right. I don't know. Sometimes physical things like that serve as a reminder for things that we've done in the past. Like, I have a scar on my elbow from the time I did something stupid, which was I got my phone mugged, right? I was like in the middle of the street, sitting down, playing with my phone, because like taking like life in the city for granted. And then from behind me, someone comes over, snatches the phone out of my hands, right? And just starts running, hops in a getaway car and starts going away. And I, like, luckily had my scooter at the time, but I did the stupid thing where I decided I'd try to grab the outside of their car and see if I could ride my scooter along with it. This didn't really last very long. I lasted for like, what, maybe 3 to 5 seconds on it before I like took a tumble and like scratched both my knees and my elbow, right? Slid across the ground a little bit. My face was fine, but shit sucked. Thankfully, that phone wasn't worth very much, actually. That's the good news. Plus, it didn't have anything like super important on it. Now I have a much better phone that allows me to use VTube Studio on it. And it has much better security, and I do not let that thing out of my sight. But yeah, every time I think about doing something reckless now, I just think about that scar on my elbow. And I just think, you know, life is worth a lot, and you really shouldn't be throwing it away over dumb things. I don't know about that one, Chief. I'm being for real on this one. For me, they have the same unfun in different ways. Unfun to fight. I get what you mean, right? A lot of it feels uninteractive. My worst rage is that I got mad at SF6 and spiked my controller to the ground. It bounced up into the TV. I haven't spiked a controller since. Yeesh. Yeah, the TVs are expensive, right? I do get a giggle out of it every time I see a clip of like someone about to throw their hitbox before, like, with all their energy and focus, slowly pulling it back down and putting it on the ground and then just walking off in like prone stance because they know how expensive that thing is. I'm so salty right now. What are you salty about, by the way? I'm like a dwarf because I remember my grudges rather too well, still, even though it's been years. Understandable, you know. Sometimes an elephant never forgets, and that applies to some humans. Why are we looking at 6H? Oh, hi, Clobber. Someone mentioned this move because apparently there's a funny clip on Twitter going around right now that involves this move doing a lot of damage, and it does do a lot of damage. Fierce. In general, my form of relieving frustration has switched from physical response to just becoming very doomer and self-derogatory, which also isn't the best, but better. I mean, it's a step. It's a step in a non-physical direction, so that's, I guess you get, you know, 1 point for that. But you know, let me think. What do I do whenever I feel upset about something? You know what it is? I go exercise. All right. If I'm ever feeling like super heated about something, I just go. I do a workout. I do some push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, anything that is difficult and strenuous on the body, but not like to the point where like I might need a doctor afterwards, right? Go do some sprints, you know, go for a jog around the neighborhood. You'll cool down, trust me. How do I know this? Because I've done it a lot. Not like because I get angry, but because, well, I do like exercising. And every single time I've done it, though, it's definitely like my mind is now no longer thinking about the thing. My mind is thinking about how like I'm out of breath and my muscles are like tight from doing all the exercise, you know? And it helps to like distance myself from the problem originally so that I can look at it a little more objectively. You know, sometimes shit still sucks even after you've done all that, but at least, you know, you aren't at the forefront of the problem. There's a quote I remember reading. I don't remember where, but the quote goes something like, make a speech, or like talk when you're angry and you'll make the greatest speech that you'll ever regret. I think about that one sometimes. We talking about 6H loops? Yeah, I think those are pretty funny. I've been hit by those. I just don't try to break anything when I'm raging because of the fact that I'm not going to have the money to buy a spare. Yeah. The closest I almost broke something was when I still had Strive installed. Not even playing the game, just Strive being installed. Yeesh. Because all the other fighting games I played made me want to rage so bad. So you got mad at Strive because you're playing other fighting games. Is that right? Let me find the clip. It's quite funny. I think I saw that clip today. Was it the one with the Eno? If it was, then yeah, I saw that clip. I lost the Ditto in Street Fighter because I'm not good at defense and I just got ran over. I made so many mistakes, hit panic buttons, and they were doing the things that are probably above gold skill level, but probably not because I can't judge what people should be able to do all that well. I mean, yeah, what you're, I think, experiencing from what I can tell is just you're recognizing where you might be feeling inadequate, right? But in my opinion, that's actually really good, because the fact that you know what the problem is already a big step in the right direction. A lot of people get frustrated because they literally don't know what to do, and they don't know how to go look for the information either, right? It's like saying, how do I go find out what I need if I don't know what I need, right? The fact that you know what you need means that you can go actually practice that thing. Practice defense, right? Set up some drills. Go do some simulations. You know what I mean? You know, try testing your reaction times. You know, how well can you react to grab? Can you get out of a throw loop? Can you react to DI? Because I sure can't. That kind of thing. You know, you can go watch a VOD. What was your opponent doing that was really good? Or think about, why did I get hit here? Right? If you already know the answer, then yeah, that's something you can work on. It's like, I don't know, I'm seeing the positives on it. After deleting Strive, it literally made me more chill, which is still the most strange thing I've ever felt before. I think it's just like I think Strive to you is just bad juju. I think it's associated with too many negative things. I think it's just not good for you. Just don't interact with it, man. Power to you. There's better games you could be playing, like more horse game. I've been having a good time. I was gonna tell you guys about like my latest career experience in Uma Musume. I'm not the only one, but I thought it was insane when I was witnessing it firsthand. If I'm able to catch myself, I just listen to music to cool. Also a good idea. I let things get under my skin too much, like people taunting or doing I think you're a dumbass tactics, like Kai doing charge stun edge in my face. Oh. You know, for me, I've never taken anything people do personally. Unless it's like, well, I can count on one hand how many times people have tried to BM me in an actual match, right? And every single time I thought about it, I never put it, like, I can't control what they're gonna do, right? Instead, I thought to myself, what's a good way to shut them up, right? If I simply be a better player and kill them, then they really can't say anything. Even if they do, I know that they're gonna be the smaller man or person out of this, because literally you're just the loser in this context, right? You weren't sportsmanlike. You didn't do good gameplay. All you did was just kind of play mediocre and then complain about it. Anything you say holds less weight compared to whatever I say or whatever someone else that I respect says, right? If you want my respect, go act like it. Go act respectful. That's all I'm saying, right? So anytime someone does something like, even the players who are better might do something that looks kind of funny, like, why did you do this fake ass shit in my face, right? And I realize, oh, that's a check. That means that I'm being too respectful of them and I should adapt, right? It's all mind games at some point. And that's the fun part. When I realize that things are mind games, then I'm just playing rock, paper, scissors. And rock, paper, scissors is really fun. To me, anyway. Right? I learned not to take things personally. At least when it comes to this. Because I realized that anything that happens, I do have some agency in it. You know? I can play good defense. I could out neutral. I could do whatever, right? At least that's how I see it anyway. It was the Kid Dracula clip? Okay, that was Kid Dracula? I didn't know that's what they looked like. I think my hate for Season 4 just consumed everything within me. That having Strive installed makes it still exist. I see. The face of pure fear and agony was amazing. I thought it was actually like I thought that they were amused by it. They said like, that's crazy. Then again, Kid Dracula is also known for, what's the word? Not raging per se, but like they got big reactions. That's what I remember. Knowing that I'm wrong, but I don't know where to start to fix it is the thing that kills me inside. Angriest to ever get. Oh, for sure. Right, and that's why I think I try to give people tips. Like whenever someone feels lost and they says, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what to do. I ask some simple questions, right? Like, I think asking somebody, did you watch your own VOD, is not always helpful. I ask someone, do you know why you got hit there? Right? If they give me an answer, like, oh, it's because they used a bullshit move. Okay. Do you know how to counter bullshit move? No? Okay. You have a starting point. All right? Or they give me an answer like, I don't know. I was just being bad. Okay, why are you being bad? Right? Let's dig a little deeper here. I think rather than try to cover it up with a blanket, we need to pick apart things and be systematic about this if you really want to figure out what's going on. You know, it's like taking apart a machine and putting it back together. That's how technical we're being about this. Knowing how to anti-air is definitely a thorn in my side, but I found that you can tap 236 to get a DP, and that's helped my consistency. Oh yeah, no. I actually figured this out a while ago. Not like pretty recently actually. That I didn't know. I didn't know a DP is literally just forward, down, forward, or forward, quarter circle, forward. That's it. You do that's the input. I always thought of it originally as forward, down, down, forward, and it was like a Z input. Like, oh, this is hard as shit. But then someone told me just go forward, down, forward, then quarter circle forward. And it is helped me ever since. Now I kind of do it too much when I'm trying to do double quarter circle forward instead. It's very funny. The thing is, I still get mad even when it doesn't work. I get annoyed that you think I'm dog shit enough for that to actually work. See, that's the thing, right? I don't think you're dog shit. I just think about what's the last thing you're probably thinking of and how can I take advantage of that, right? In which case, the thing is that sometimes you have to cycle the options in your head like, okay, if they think I'm, let's say don't assign the word bad. Let's like the language that you use to describe yourself and the things around you actually does affect your perception of reality. Okay, I don't know how many times I have to say this to people, but the more you say you're dog shit, the more dog shit you're gonna be. Stop calling yourself dog shit, right? If you're gonna improve, you gotta start with the language. Instead of saying he thinks I'm shit, think he's gonna do this because he expects that I'm not gonna react to it. Okay, either I react to it or I be brave and mash. One of those. Both will work, right? By using more objective language, you can avoid bad perceptions and labeling yourself with things that are not necessarily true. Or they might be just straight up wrong. You might be pretty damn good at the game, but you're limiting yourself because of how you describe yourself, right? Self-deprecating humor is in the same vein. If you keep using it, eventually you're just gonna start believing it. That's why I don't really support the self-deprecating humor. I don't really laugh at it anymore, right? Occasionally I'll do it like, I'll laugh at someone knowing how to use it ironically, but very often it's not ironic. People just genuinely think, oh, I'm trash, haha, and that's it. Like, I can't support that. Brother, I would rather laugh at the guy gassing himself up because he brings up everybody else with him. You know, even if he fails, we're all here to laugh along, right? Because like we know that you're trying your best out here, right? We'll gas you up too, brother, you know? You think you can hit that combo, go for it. I don't mind, bro. You know, you drop it like, hell yeah, man. That's what I think anyway. Someone doing round start charge 5D, like, why do you think I'm horrible? No, I've been hit by that so many times, and I just think to myself, you're so right for that. I should stop doing that. Thanks for the reminder. 100% ego pride thing? Yeah. I guess that's why they say pride is a sin, right? I don't know. Can someone send me this clip? I can? All right. Did you watch your VOD? Yes, I am equally as confused as when I was playing the game. Exactly, right? Like, just because you hand me this thing doesn't mean I'm going to understand how to watch it, which is why I also try to teach people, hey, this is how you watch the thing. This is how you watch high-level gameplay and understand what's going on. You can also cheat the DP input in SF6 by holding down and tapping forward twice. Really? I didn't know that. Huh. Yeah, there it is. Thanks, Spider-Milk. It feels a lot less consistent than doing 6236. Yeah, it is, actually. Well, unless you're on a box or a keyboard. If you're on a pad like me, though, then... Well, actually, no. I'm now using a leverless, so I understand how to do it now. That is glorious. Yep. A rising tide raises all boats, but a tide lowering sinks them as well. Exactly, Tired Toad Sage. You get it. I have the habit of using harsh language against myself because I prefer being hard on myself than cutting myself slack and letting myself become stagnant. I actually understand this. I try to take things, like, despite how frivolous I might seem sometimes, I'm actually a very serious person is what I realized because I take things so seriously. Like, I know how to laugh and all that, but I feel like the moment that I stop taking things seriously is when I might be perceived as like, or not even that. It's less about what other people think and more about how I think about myself, right? If I let myself go, then I feel like I'm going to downward spiral. I'm going to become like incompetent. And that's not really true, actually. The skill that you build will always be there for you when you really need it. The important part is accessing it when you need it. And part of that is having a healthy mindset and treating yourself well enough to be able to put yourself in that mood to do well, right? And that's where like being kind to yourself comes in, right? I am on box and it still feels less consistent. I see. But yeah, I'm gonna recommend the book again. I'm gonna keep spreading that's not really propaganda. I'm just gonna keep spreading this book. Here, we're gonna go an ad break, but I'm gonna put the link in chat. All right, you go read this book. I tell you, it might help you a lot. But we'll be right back after these messages. 3 minutes, and I'll post the link. So see you in a bit. Oh, there we go. Welcome back from the ad break. Hope you had a good one. So I pinned the link to the book to the top of the chat. Granted, I probably should have. Here, you know what? I'll unpin it and then repin it. Let's see. Unpin this message here. Okay, look, I'm gonna go ahead and copy this. And what this is, some of you already know what this book is. Some of you don't. This is a book called The Inner Game of Tennis, and the only reason I know about this is because back when I was still following the Super Smash Brothers community stuff, someone recommended this book because they said it doesn't matter if you don't play tennis. This game is just going to help your mental game no matter what competitive sport you play, including fighting games. And I looked through it and I was like, you're right. This is going to help. And it doesn't just help with like performance, but also just overall everyday, like how you speak to yourself kind of deal too. I don't know how to breed, Bron. Well, maybe it's time to learn. You know what I mean? Like, go read a book. It might change your fucking life, you know? That's all I'm saying. So I don't have time to read a book. I don't know how to read a book. Well, never too late, you know? But let's see. How do book about how to perform better, or let's see, mental health book, mental health and competing. Book about mental health and competing, colon. Pin. Very cool. All right. Yeah, I think that's good. So what's gonna do? Oh yeah, I didn't see this clip yet. Let me take a look. I've been in this situation before. May is gonna kill you. Oh no. Quick. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Holy. I've never seen such beautiful RNG. I just realized that this music is probably copyrighted and get me in trouble. Who cares? I mean, granted, May was already on death's doorstep. Yeah, like, I don't think she was prepared to FD this. Let's see. Oh, she jumped. See, there is a universe where this May sat there and FD'd instead. But, you know, we don't live in that universe. Instead, we get this funny clip as a result, so that's good. That's cool. Oops, all hammers. I don't go on Twitter for the most part. You're right for that. Oh, jeez. Unironically, self-help books like Mindset by Carol Dweck would help people by it being a non-judgmental tool because the book can't judge you. That's true. A book is simply a reflection of the self most of the time, or a message from one person to the other through time. You can't make me read because I don't have to. Well, read this. I'm tapping the sign. Learn how to read. Let's see. RNG is too good. It's true. I love Skullduggers. Read Blood Meridian? 48 Laws of Power. These are two titles that I feel like I should write down. Thanks for the recommendations. Hold on. Let me see. Blood Meridian. 48 Laws of Power. Okay. I thought you were going to look up a book on how to learn to read. You know how great the irony would be on that? That book would be a comedy. For multiple reasons. Also, hello, Gertro. To be fair, who expects 20 million hammers to the noggin? It's true, actually. I only go there because of Destiny Strive clips and sadly League of Legends patch notes. Twitter? Yeah. I don't know. It's like that one meme. Like in Pirates of the Caribbean, they're both at the gallows. Guy looks over, smiles, and says, "First time." I can't stop thinking about this clip because of the absurdity of it when I really thought about it. Like, there is not really any context you would ever say that unless it was a joke. Because you're not supposed to come out of that, right? The gallows are supposed to be where, you know, you're gone, you're done. Instead, the guy sitting next to you says, "Hey, first time? Yeah, all right." That's what I think of when I say, like, oh, I only go on Twitter. Like, someone logs on Twitter, I look over. First time. I mean, I'm on Blue Sky, too. Blue Sky is nice. Blue Sky is kind of an echo chamber, if I'm being honest. It's just there when I need to see, what are my friends up to? Hey, what's cool, you know? I mean, granted, I should follow more cool pages on there. But that's probably how that'll help train my algorithm a little more. Right now, though, it's a lot of, like, my friends are very vocal about worldly situations, and they're right. They're right for that. However, it also is a little much on my mental, so sometimes I stop looking at Blue Sky for that reason. But, you know. I have terminally online friends for patch notes. Also fair. I'm just like, hey, you got the patch notes? They slide me over like it's $1.50. I'm like, yo, thanks, bro. I can get lunch now. Lucky you having friends. Some of us have to be resourceful. I mean, to be fair, I just go on Twitter and the patch notes are everywhere. But if you don't want to use Twitter, then you go to the official website and, you know, you Google Guilty Gear patch notes. That's the other thing I do. Anyways, I actually read the patch notes on the site. Yes, I also read them on the site. Because usually I go to Twitter and try to read whatever is going on, and it's usually taken out of context, and I just think this is not useful. I go to the site, read the source, Read the source. Stop relying on secondhand accounts. It's not going to be helpful. Anyways, that was a long detour. That was a very long detour. I yapped for like an hour. I was trying to tell you guys about like cool Guilty Gear lore and how Asuka got framed by that man, or sorry, Asuka as that man was actually that man because he was originally, okay, what happened was like they were researching gear cells as like to cure human illnesses and, you know, become superhumans. Then like, and it was like, yeah, this is great. And then they were like, Asuka's like, I'm afraid the US government is going to weaponize the research. And they're like, you know, I don't know, it's a possibility. And Asuka's like, I'm going to take every single measure I can to make sure that that doesn't happen. But too bad it did. About 50 years later or something like that, in like 2070, where is it? Yeah, 2042. 30 years later, right? The Gear project resumes. About 10 years later, the weaponized gear is complete. Oh, no, 20 years. 20 years later, like, oh, no, it was 3 years. They got the prototype going. 20 years later, 2065 or something like that, they're like, yeah, all right, we're good. Asuka signed up on the team under an alias, and so that's why he's just known as that man. And see, what happened was, like, this wasn't covered in the original games. That's why it was so confusing, right? Oh, Asuka, that man, is responsible for Justice going berserk and then killing everything and becoming a control gear. But actually, what happened was the Universal Will, the AI that the original, like the guy that discovered magic, yeah, he discovered magic and created the Universal Will, which is an AI that he assigned the directive of, hey, go make all humans happy. And the AI is like, well, what is the definition of a human? And they decided regular humans are incomplete and should be eradicated, and I will create new, better humans. And that's kind of, so yeah, the first time they tried to manifest it in reality was when they tried to do it through technology, and so there was a ban on technology. And then later on, they manifested through justice, which the backstory on that was like, Asuka was like, I want to save my friends. Arya has a terminal illness, and Arya is married to Frederick Bolsara, aka Soul Bad Guy. And so Arya's like, just let me die, and because you know, etc. Because I don't want to see like Frederick sad or whatever. I'm trying to paraphrase this, but Asuka's like, okay, well, what if Soul lives forever? And so Asuka, using the Seed of Chaos, turns Soul into a gear that will basically become immortal. And then Arya's like, you know, okay, sure, why not? Arya decides to say yes and becomes a gear as well, and she becomes Justice, but things go horribly wrong because the Universal Will possesses her and basically makes her go insane, and then she forgets herself for a hot minute and says, death to all humans, and then controls all gears, and that's where the Crusades happen, where humanity has been driven to the brink. In fact, apparently it got so bad that everyone had to flee to Australia. And then it got so bad that everyone had to flee to Madagascar. Yeah. And then the Crusades happened, and Soul was there, and Kai was there. Well, Kai comes way later. Cliff Anderson is the first, like, captain of the Crusades, and he's really strong. A lot of other things happen. But what's the important thing here? Right. Eventually, during the events of like Guilty Gear X or XX, no, it was X, right? They managed to kill Justice. Arya remembers for like all of a hot second who Soul is, and she's like, I'm sorry, disappears. And then Soul is sad. They seal away Justice forever. Well, supposedly. Oh yeah, I didn't explain why the original, you know, went insane. So, how do I put this? Human beings are both emotional creatures, but also like on the trend of becoming more optimized. They are trying to become more efficient, and in a way they are losing emotions. The hopes and dreams of mankind and all their wishes essentially become transported to the backyard and manifest into the entity that is Eno, which is apparently a human removed from time that becomes a new entity, Eno. And the original, the guy that, you know, discovered magic, found this out and was like, I need to stop that, or she's going to become a god that's going to wreck everything. And so he manages to stop it by separating Eno from all that. But unfortunately, the Universal Will has other plans and decides to fuse the original with all of the emotional and like, well, yeah, the emotional parts of mankind, essentially, or at least the wishes of them. And so by doing this, the original goes insane because he's now omniscient. And knowing everything all at once is really painful. So he goes insane. And then after that, he becomes an entity that essentially starts to mess with people for fun. Because when you know everything, you get a little bored and you just want humans to be humans. And that includes suffering. So during the entirety of the Crusades, the original would just pop up in different locations, announce that he is that man, framing Asuka, and then just do evil shit. Right? And then after that, at some point, you know, during the events of Exard, Jacko is a unit created by Asuka in order to be a perfect receptacle for Arya's soul, which is still trapped in justice. At the end of Exard, what happens is that, like, well, you know, the plot of Exard is essentially three things. Ramlethal shows up, says, I'm gonna kill everything and everyone. And they said, that's bad. And they go stop her. And that's fine. At the same time, who shows up is Elfelt. And Elfelt is also a Valentine, but she's a sleeper agent. Right? And so later on, her sleeper agent protocol activates, and then she is then summoned by the Universal Will, who at the time possessed Ariels, who was the head of the Sanctus Populi, which is basically the Pope. And essentially she is then whisked away to fuse with justice and become a resurrection of justice, and then, you know, the end of the world as we know it will happen. Thankfully, they stop this by replacing Elfelt with Jacko, and then Jacko manages to perfectly fuse with Justice's soul, and then Arya is now complete again. And then there's a whole other drama thing that ensues with that, but that's fine. The issue is that originally Asuka actually built 2 Jacko units. The second Jacko unit was actually called Happy Chaos, and she was supposed to be finished, but for whatever reason, Asuka never finished her. But guess who was eavesdropping at the time? That's right, the original. That guy. And he likes the name so much that he takes it for himself. Happy Chaos. So anyways, at some point, Ariels manages to absorb Happy Chaos into her, and I think then she goes insane and kills Bedman. And what happens after that is this: at the beginning of Strive, Eno shows up and removes Happy Chaos from Ariels. And now Happy Chaos is now an entity in real life, and he's just fucking around. Because what Happy Chaos is the other half of Eno. Remember when I said earlier that the original was like, Eno's gonna become a god, and I gotta stop that. So he separates her into 2 halves. So now Happy Chaos being the other half of Eno is like the bad news. But the problem is that they're missing the tome of like magic that Asuka is currently hiding on him. And so during the last end of Strive, the story mode, Asuka essentially gets backstabbed by Happy Chaos, gets the tome stolen from him. Happy Chaos then becomes fully powered and then is able to fully fuse the Eno, and then Eno becomes God. And then due to the power of friendship and whatnot, they manage to stop Eno. But the point is that Happy Chaos is still alive. And so all of this was just to say that Asuka was actually not the bad guy. It was actually the Universal Will and Happy Chaos, which is just a sad corruption of the original creator of magic. Oh, hi, Ryle. Ramethal evil until you give her a burger. That's right. That's right. Anyways, well, let me read chat. I'm so cooked, I don't know how neutral works. I get the rock, paper, scissors of it all, but it's hard to actually put into practice. Okay, yeah. Let me see. Let me see if I can explain neutral to you in a way that is easy to parse. How's the lore dive? Oh, we blame God? Yes, actually. Well, God in the sense is an AI created by the guy who discovered magic. I've watched Neutral MP4 at least twice or 3 times now. Oh, yeah. Well, let's start with this, right? Can you name, or can you list what you've come to understand from that video, I guess? Gambantane. Thank you for raiding with a party of 10. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, my name is Bron, modern day bard at your service, your one-stop shop for poetry, performance, and pleasantries. When I'm not playing fighting games, you can usually find me reading, writing, and sometimes I might even sing you a song. Hey, welcome in. I don't know why the shout-out bot, the small one doesn't work. The big one works, and I know you were playing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, so I hope you had a great time. I've been yapping for the last... I haven't played any Guilty Gear. I've been yapping for the last hour and a half about Guilty Gear lore and fighting game mental health. Right? And now I'm about to explain to Tired Toad Sage about neutral. Wait beats preemptive play, beats pressing, advantage, unreact moves, beats waiting. Okay. I mean, I think there's another way to think about it. Right? I mean, there's two different triangles. But I think it involves me having to... Okay, hold on. So let's start here. This is about round start, right? And then let's go to display options. And then let's see. Hide. Do not display. Do not display. Actually, do display that. Hide menu. There we go. Oh wait, no. Hold on. Display. I need to not display damage information. Frame data. Okay. Okay. Next I have to Google how to draw things in OBS. How to draw on OBS overlay. Let's see. Is there a way to write directly on the screen? It looks like you'll need a window capture. Open a program. Add a source mirror of an MS Paint file with a solid green color. Oh, okay, I can do that. Okay, well. Might be API. Had to grab my whiteboard. Okay. Let's just let's see. Yeah, actually I could overlay it. So let me go grab MS Paint real quick, right? Paint. Okay. Next I'm gonna make this really big. Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and grab the source, right? So let's see, window capture. Bear with me, chat. This is important. Paint. And then after that, we're gonna do capture method. There we go. Okay. Next, let's see, what's the green color? Oh, that's not it. There we go. Okay, and then after that I have to make this smaller. Cool. Works for me. And then after that, do this. And then I have to use the, what's the word? Oh yeah. I have to do like a chameleon thing. The chroma thing, that's what it's called, right? Yeah, here we go. So you make it smaller. Okay, cool. Next, go to filters. Oh, not properties, filters. Let's see, add chroma key. Bingo. Okay, cool. All right, you guys won't be able to see what's going on behind the scenes, but I can now do this. Oh, wait. It's my pencil. Make this really big. Okay, cool. Compliments. Gaba, you are resilient. You are kind. You are talented. You have what it takes to achieve your dreams. And you're a hard worker. All right? I think you're cool, okay? Give us a funny Guilty Gear lore fact, Mr. Bron. In Xrd, there is a character in the background of Neo New York who looks like a sheriff, and he's eating a burger. He is actually Gold Lewis's older brother and runs a burger shop. Okay, anyways. Neutral. What have we learned from neutral to MP4, right? What's your favorite Ino lore? Also, hello, Estrogen. I do think it's insane that Ino is actually a god, but her as an entity is basically a human that was removed from history, which was namely Axel's girlfriend. And that's super sad. But anyways, very cool, Burger Lewis. Yes, we love Burger Man, that's correct. That was off the top of my head, though. Now, anyways, so how do we navigate neutral? At round start, right? This is probably the most important thing. First off, know thy enemy as one would know thyself. All right. When you learn a game, of course, you learn your own character. You learn what your character's buttons are, how far they reach, and how fast they are, and what they do, what they're good for, right? What do you convert with? What do you do after you hit this move, right? Can you do a combo after the conversion? Those are all like basic things. Those are all things that you have to learn, right? If you want to get better at the game. And naturally, you will get better at the game the more you play, because you understand that each move becomes like another extension of yourself, like a limb, okay? When you 2P, you really feel like you're sticking your finger out, right? When you 5K, it really feels like you're sticking the toe in the blender. Now, when I say know thy enemy, that also means that, like, does that mean I have to do homework on my opponent? No. You don't have to go in the dust loop and learn everything about your opponent's character, although it would be helpful. Instead, what you need to know is, what you need is more matchup experience. The more times you play against a character, especially against other people that don't just play the character the same every single time, the more data that you get that you can factor into your own calculations. So in which case, number one, the top 3 things, for example, a Kai Kisuke will do at round start is, number 1, far slash. Far slash reaches about, I'd say about this far, and hits really fast. It's what I call the esports move. All right, this thing is gonna hit you. So what do you do in response? You can just walk backward, or 6P. Right? This is what I call the rock paper scissors of round starts. Right? There's multiple things that can happen, and you're just gonna have to guess. The safest thing you could do at round start for any fighting game, by the way, is just move backward or hold down back if you want to find out, right? Don't fuck around if you want to find out. Actually, wait, well, you will find out if you fuck around, but there are safer ways to fuck around and find out, right? In this case, sometimes holding down back will tell you a lot about what your opponent does. Most people will be thinking the same thing as you, and what is going to end up happening in higher level play is you both move backward to find out what happens. I love how Ino tried to erase Soul from existence, and then Soul came back because he simply decided to continue existing. That did happen, huh? I don't have magic experience against Anji. You know, bolder lies have been said in history, outsider, but you know. Nagoriyuki. What's good, Emblem? Do fuck around and find out. I mean, yes, actually. I do recommend, though, when you're still learning, just to do anything, right? See if your button beats him, you know? Go ahead and jump and see what happens, right? Does your opponent have reactions? Does your opponent know how to deal with defense? Is your opponent actually a rock and cannot be opened up? Or do they want to press buttons? Sorry, I didn't expect the song to have lyrics, sorry. Anyways. So what was I on about? Right, so that's the round starts, all right? But what about neutral? Okay, let's go back to the video. Right, the video talks about preemptive play. Right. Preemptive play. Reactive play. And establishing play. Right? Let me explain what these mean in context. I end up defaulting to throw OD fan a lot of the time because Mai's easy, but the game is not. Okay. What you are doing when you throw Mai's fan out is a type of establishing play. Okay? Because in neutral, you have a fireball. Your character has a fireball, which essentially means that you get to throw something out and then see what happens. You know what I mean? You aren't Preemptive is basically you're guessing what your opponent is doing and then doing it and doing something in anticipation of it. Reactive play is when you wait for your opponent to do something and then react accordingly. All right? Establishing play is that you think your opponent is going to do nothing and you're going to take advantage of that. That's what these three things are. Okay? You're gonna, like, as you get better at the game, you can understand, like, you already understand what these terms mean, but you don't necessarily understand what that looks like yet. At least you don't know how to recognize that on a different level other than what you've been explained to, right? Your own experience of it is still in a learning phase. There's a lot of big words, I know. All right, I'll go to a different triangle after this to explain something a little more simpler. I ended up defaulting to throw OD fan a lot. Wait, no, I just read that. Not feeling my best, so shall work and rest. I will read that book, though. Thank you, Gamba. What? I have the book pinned to my chat because I keep telling people, like, you know, I'm gonna keep pushing this thing, but people gotta read this book because I hear a lot of people just don't know what to do with themselves, and I think that this could be this book might help, right? I'm trying to do my part, helping the community out by just passing it on. But anyways, so when you throw out fan, you're essentially you're doing an establishing play by creating space, right? Think about how neutral works. What happens if I do this? Oh, okay, we can't do that. What I can do, though, is... Anyways. So, remember those three things, okay? Whenever you toss a fireball out, whether that's Kai, whether it's Anji, right? Your fireball is going to come out, right? And it's got to move forward, right? Sometimes you'll do it diagonally too, but we're not going to talk about that right now. We're just going to focus on the horizontal dimension. When this fireball moves forward, it has a hitbox. Your opponent has to either respect it or jump over it. This is the Shoto dilemma, as I like to call it, right? If you allow your opponent to use a fireball, that means that either you were not close enough and gave them ample time to do so, or there was a situation where you couldn't control that. But the point is, the fireball is out, now you have to deal with it. Well, your options are block, right? If you block it, well, then Kai gets to run behind it, and then after that, take his turn, right? That in a sense is an establishing play, right? Kai is rewarded for establishing himself in neutral for you doing nothing, right? The other thing, if you decide that you want to be a little more reactive about it, is that, or more active in terms of how to solve the problem, you can jump over it. But if this Kai is playing reactively instead of preemptively, like, let's say the Kai was not running forward, but actually the Kai just sits still. This Kai can now anti-air you, right? Because you decided to jump in. This is why the fireball is one of the key features of the Shoto neutral, because it's really good at controlling space. And there are many different forms of the fireball, all right? Anji has a very slow-moving butterfly that still works. Potemkin has slide head, which rocks the whole ground, right? Unica has a laser beam. All of these are a type of projectile that can help control neutral from far away, right? And forces your opponent to do something about it. Otherwise, you know, they're going to lose. So that's how a fireball works, right? So when you, as Mai in Street Fighter, throw out a fan, that's essentially what you're doing. So what you have to understand is when you're throwing that out, you are controlling neutral a lot, actually, unless your opponent knows a way to deal with it. Now, granted, in Street Fighter, there's more defensive options to deal with it, such as running up and parrying the projectile. But because Mai's fan bounces like Anji's thing, right, there's a secondary hitbox. And so during that time, when they're blocking it, you can run up and do whatever you want. That's why it's considered establishing play. Excuse me. Now, let me get to the other triangle I was talking about earlier, right? So outside of the neutral triangle, there's also the defensive triangle. or offense and defense triangle, right? Simple play, solid play. That's a kind of bad. Let me try writing that again. Solid. And then clever. I'm quoting this from like a Twitter thing I saw. Simple play is essentially mash the buttons. Don't think. DP. Do whatever you want. All right? Simple play. Right? Your opponent is trying to meet you on wake up. Do a reversal. Right? Solid play beats simple play. What is solid play? Well, you know your opponent is going to DP on wake up. So what do? Run up block. Punish it. Right? What beats solid play? Clever play. You are now on the second or third layer. You know that they know that you might DP. All right? They run up and block. You simply take your turn back. Or you grab. Right? Which beats their block. You have won. However, simple play beats clever play. Right? Your opponent is going to go run up and meaty you. You, thinking you're real clever, are thinking that they're going to run up and block because you're playing on like layer 4. So you decide to wake up grab. Guess who's taking a big fat close slash to the face? That's right, you. You are going to take that big old close slash to the face. Congratulations. You played yourself. That is the triangle of layers, I should say, right? And this is the crux of all fighting games. What really makes it like person-to-person communication, clown-to-clown communication on paper, right? When there's that moment on the screen where you and your opponent are literally just sitting there. This is one of my favorite moments in fighting games because that literally means you go first. No, you. I insist. You're both overthinking things. You're just waiting for the other guy to do stuff. Right? He who moves first shall die. Or whoever has a faster and farther hitting move will win because they are establishing themselves. That's Ramlethal, by the way. It's always Ram. Ram's buttons are faster and farther than yours. So what do? Put some distance. But then how am I gonna hit her? Well, you have options. Far slash can be beaten by 6p or by whiff punishing. If you don't have a far enough button to whiff punish, then that generally means that you have, as a character, if you have stubby buttons, that means you have better movement and better mobility in the air, usually. Let's say Millia, right? Millia doesn't have a lot of long buttons, but Millia has like a disc projectile. Millia can jump twice to get over Ram. You know, Ram far slash. Millia can do some things. You can even, and every character has access to counter hit 6p, by the way. I'm just saying, right? If you think your opponent's got a far slash, 6p. All right? Where's the mind games? Well, your opponent knows that you're going to 6p, so what do? Instead of far slash, they go for 2s instead, and this catches you in the knees. Right? Those are the layers. Simple, do things, mash, DP. Solid, know what they might do. Clever, take turn back, do counterable things like throw tech. This is what I'm thinking I'm getting out of this so far. Basically, so simple play is essentially just do the thing you're supposed to do. Solid, simple play is just essentially, you're just mashing buttons. You're not thinking. You're not blocking. You're not doing anything of the sort, right? Simple play is just do the thing that is correct. Solid play is essentially reacting to the simple thing or doing the thing that beats that, right? And then clever play is you're doing the thing that is insane. You're doing the thing that you should not be doing, but you're doing it because you know it's gonna work, right? Who in their right mind, right, would... Let me give you a Street Fighter example. Let me give you a Street Fighter example that's kind of crazy, right? Or at least when you break it down, it sounds crazy. This requires me to put you in the corner real quick. How many times have you been in a situation where on Oki, right? You wake up and your opponent has jumped. This is a situation where most of the time, they're going to come down and they're going to do some kind of aerial attack on you, right? So you will obviously stand up and block. However, what if they just land and then they just grab you? Right? Oop. If they grab you, then you're just like, oh, maybe I should mash, right? But if you mash, right, then that opens you up to getting hit, right? So the trade-off is, okay, I'm not supposed to mash here because they might hit me, but they're gonna be cheeky about it and just land and grab you. So what is probably the dumbest thing you could do? I don't know, use a really big move that beats grab, or like will punish someone trying to grab here. Like you do just close slash or something like that. Or in Street Fighter, you just do a heavy punch or heavy kick that does, you know, stagger, right? Why? Because you know your opponent is not going to do anything here. Well, granted, the mechanics of Street Fighter are a little different, but the point is you can also jump, right? The crazy thing here, well, your opponent is going to come down for a grab, so you just jump out of the way, right? In any other situation, though, if you were to jump here, you'd probably die, right? You pick the most dangerous option because you know it's the safest, actually. That's what it means to do the clever play. Picking probably the most dangerous option because you know it might win, right? Clever play is inherently risky, but has big reward if you're correct. Simple play is probably the easiest thing to do because, right, you just do the thing that you're supposed to do. Well, actually, no. That's what solid play is. Solid play is just doing the thing that you're supposed to do because it's correct to do. In this case, the solid play thing would be to just block high after you see them jump, right? The simple thing to do, the simplest play, DP, right? You don't have to think if you just do the same thing over and over again. That's simple play. You are thinking very simple. You don't have to think. That's what simple play is. Solid play is you think a little bit, right? You do the thing you're supposed to based on what people tell you, right? You block high. And then finally, right, clever play. I'm going to do the thing that's super dangerous, but I'm probably going to be right. You guess correctly. You jump to get out of a grab situation and then escape the corner. Ko. Thanks, Lorian. Pierce. Now. There. My brain looks at the situation and says press dash. You can also press... Well, in this case, yeah. In this case, this is not a true Oki situation. Actually, I can make it into a true Oki situation.
Not quite. Take a breather. Take a breather.
There we go. Okay, there. Also, hello, Theremin Crow. This is an Oki situation. All right, Kai's on the ground. Oh. Kai is on the ground. He has to get up. What is he going to do when he gets up? Block high. Because you're afraid the Anji's going to hit you. He's going to hit you. Right? What if he doesn't hit you? Oh man, you look like a fool. Right? They grabbed you. Oh no. Right? Now you're locked in the vortex. Right? Makes you wish you were this guy instead of this guy. Right? Don't end up in this situation in the first place. Hence, we talk about winning neutral. Winning neutral means that you have a chance to be this guy if you manage to get your opponent in the corner. Right? Don't be this guy. Well, even if you are this guy, the game's not over yet. Like I said, you always have options. Hi. Spin will work next time. Trust. Okay, well, spin has inherent... Spin is clever play every single time, by the way. That is a move that carries inherent risk every single time because it doesn't actually do anything. Unless you're using, like, fully charged Fujin or Ko. In which case, then it does something, but man, you sure look stupid when, you know, you get punished for it. Okay. Let's go back. Okay. I need to talk about distance in fighting games and why it's so important. Distance is really important because you have to understand what is your opponent's effective range, right? How far away? Oh. How far away do they have to be in order for them, or how close do they have to be in order for them to hit you, right? What is their effective range? Okay, where's their no-no zone? When you have established how far they can reach, you want to stand right outside of that, right? Also, I realize this has been too loud this whole time, my bad. Once you understand how far their reach is, then after that you can start doing counter pokes, right? If they whiff their move, then you can hit them right back and punish their minus frames on it, right? That's called a whiff punish. That's like actually the crux of Street Fighter. Street Fighter involves two guys moving back and forth, waiting for the other guy to press a button in neutral, right? Like, but they missed because they were outside of the range. That's called footsies. How do you win footsies? Well, whoever hits the other guy first wins. In this case, if this guy did nothing and you just ran up and hit him, you're technically winning. But if you run up and try to hit him and he hits you back before you get there, you lost. Okay? Well, what if you went a little bit and they thought that you're gonna go all the way, right? So they throw out a button. Guess what? You are right outside that range, so now you can punish them for it, right? One of the big things that Krakatoa says in that MP4 video, you can't get punished if you're not pressing any buttons, okay? The only way you ever get punished is if you can't block a high, low, or a grab or something like that, but that's you on defense, not you in neutral. You lose neutral when you start pressing too many buttons. Why? Everything has inherent risk, all right? Everything has minus frames on it. If I whiff far slash and they're like up here and they're ready to punish me, right? I'm screwed. But what if I had done nothing and they're up here and they run and then they try to hit me in the air? That's right, anti-air. I'm gonna anti-air their ass. Why? Because I was doing nothing. And doing nothing is sometimes really powerful because, right, you can just react to whatever they do. But Bron, they're playing a high-tier character. They're playing a high-tier character that can just do things. If I just wait there, I'm gonna die. Okay, well, you have a second option if you want to talk about defense. If you want to talk about what to do to stop them from doing stuff because they're so good at the game, you need to have good offense. Establish yourself. Oh, well, we can fix this. Your opponent can't play the game if you are on offense. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense. If you are constantly putting your opponent under pressure, they're not allowed to play the game, right? That is the idea behind winning neutral, right? It's a stalemate until it isn't. Because if your opponent is constantly on defense, then you're technically winning the game. How do you win a fighting game? You have to reduce the opponent's health to 0. Being really good at blocking is very impressive, but the whole point of blocking is to be able to eventually take your turn back, right? Either by escaping or by mashing or pressing the button when they're doing something unsafe. Threat bubbles, yeah. Definitely not me spinning into the arms of Potemkin. I've done that. Depending on the hit against Anji, you can also just win by making him play offense. Exactly, right? Because Anji does a lot. Everything. Now, Anji is one of those characters that is considered fair because everything he does has some inherent risk to it. Everything he does is commitment, right? There isn't not any non-committal button he has except for maybe 2P, but it's 2P, and as good as it is, only reaches about this far. Guess how far Kai's far slash is? Oh yeah, baby. You're gonna counter hit from across the screen if you just mash, right? Mashing is really good until you're not in range. If I was like right here next to Kai, 2P would be amazing. Unfortunately, I'm over here, right? Kai's gonna kill me. Kai's gonna stun dip or something like that. I don't know. He has block. The competitive game classic. Prevent your opponent's ability to interact with you as much as possible. That's true. You do it in fighting games. You do it in card games. You do it in anything where you are being the aggressor. The aggressor is the one that asks the questions. The person on defense has to answer, right? You always want to be the guy asking questions, right? Sometimes it's fun and okay to be the guy on the receiving end of things, but eventually to win the game, you have to be the one who knocks, all right? Be the guy who asks the questions, all right? Not the guy answering them. Because the moment you're in that situation, it's a long road back up. Last thing before I rest, you're so good at this. I want to share some ideas teaching things with you sometime. I think you already know a lot of the things that I explain, but I'm just breaking them down in a way that is easy to understand for me, right? How would I explain this to myself to make sense?
He just answer question with question.
Yes, okay. What happens when both people answer with questions? That's called everyone's playing scissors. Everyone is being preemptive and establishing play. This is, by the way, I should tell you, at a lower level play, everyone is doing these two things, or no one is doing this. Everyone is doing this and this, right? Which is actually, everyone's just doing this. Everyone is just jumping in and pressing buttons. What's a block? I don't know. I came here to mash buttons. I didn't pay $60 to block. Well, we can talk about the joys of blocking like Bob Ross at some other time. But the point is, you win neutral by understanding how to hit your opponent and how to put yourself in a winning position, which is to say, sometimes you don't even have to, especially in Street Fighter, you don't even have to touch your opponent to be in a winning condition. You just have to get closer. All right? If you're a JoJo fan, you can't beat the shit out of someone without getting closer. And guess what fighting games are known for? That's right, the wall. In Guilty Gear Strive, the wall can break and then you do a stage transition or whatever. But in most other fighting games, the wall / the corner is
If
a
you
death
have
sentence.
a parry stop. If you have a dragon punch stop. If you have a backdash BRC. If you have none of that, accept that and refuse to block.
Darkrai, you're so right. Welcome in, by the way. That's what I was explaining. What that's simple play, right? Once again, simple play, solid play. Oh, come on, Bron, you can write better than that. Saprodium, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. And clever play. All right. Everything that Darkrai just said belongs here. Do stuff. Right? Solid play, do less. Clever play, do insane shit. Real. Alright? Simple play is I refuse to die without mashing. You're gonna parry, you're gonna DP, you're gonna super, you're gonna do everything. Right? On defense and offense. Solid play, I'm just gonna wait and see what happens. I'm just gonna block for a little bit and wait until you do something like unsafe. Clever play, on offense, you're just gonna sit there, so I'm just gonna run up grab. Loses to the guy mashing. Wins against the guy just sitting there and waiting. Right? What's that look like on defense? They're gonna try and do some. They're gonna run up and, or see if they're doing this. You don't want to be clever. You're gonna get hit in the face. If they're doing this, I'm gonna run up and block. Wake up grab. Oh, you think you're so clever, huh? Right? Wake up block, though? Or run up block beats the wake up mash as well. Just saying. Right? This triangle makes a lot of sense in context. Oh. Oh. I would argue that Lantern doesn't actually win by doing nothing. Wait, hold on. I mean, like coach to coach? I mean, I'm not a coach. I've never coached anyone in my life. Kind of. Have you read the MTG article, Who was the Beatdown? Because that is one of my favorite ways of looking at this question. I actually haven't read the article, but I understand it from years of playing card games, both Magic the Gathering and Hearthstone. I've played Hearthstone for 10 years, and that is where I got most of my card game fundamentals from. How do you be the aggressor? Like, I played a face deck for years, trying to understand how to, like, at first I thought this shit was so easy. And then I realized the actual hard part about playing a face deck is, when do I not go face, right? You don't go face when you're gonna die, and you don't go face when there's literally other things on the board that are gonna prevent you from going face, right? That's kind of the difficult thing, right? Then you have other fundamentals such as, how do I establish tempo? How do I play on curve? How do I plan down the road like 2 turns from now based on my resources? Things like that. When do I not play a card? When do I predict what my opponent might do? When should I start putting in tech cards into my deck instead? Stuff like that. These are all fundamentals, and there's so much overlap between turn-based games and fighting games because they essentially share the same back and forth between you and your opponent. Even in real-life sports, these ideas carry over. When you're playing basketball, right? Simple play is just do a drive and dunk the ball, right? Solid play is, I'm gonna stop before my opponent and see if there's someone I can pass to, because that's safer to do rather than trying to drive and risk getting caught, right? Clever play, you decide that you're gonna do a fake out and then twist your opponent's ankles as you go for like the look left, go right technique. And then after that, you're gonna do a fadeaway, right? So much shit going on, right? You outplay your opponent on a 1v1 on doing like streets of basketball. Real life sports do this all the time, even when you play ping pong or tennis, whatever, right? Same shit applies. I ignore simple too much as a player. Press more buttons. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. Show them who's boss. That's my wait, hold on. That's my Arco tagline for a reason. Like, I know how to explain it too, but you're really eloquent in your delivery. Oh, that's just because I have a lot of years in public speaking. I'm a poet. I do poetry. Well, I do open mics and I speak on behalf of things all the time. It just takes practice and slowing down. The more you the more you pause between your words, the more time it gives you to think about what to say next, especially when you have like preconceived words to say in order to get your point across, right? That's just part of the experience of talking. I would argue that Lantern doesn't actually win by doing nothing, but instead wins by assembling a state where your opponent can't win. That's also a thing. I fucking hate control decks, but I respect what they do. Wake Up Pete Dandy Pilebunker is a genuine defensive option in Slayer. You're right, actually. It just conceals the win. Am I the beatdown is more about identifying who is forced to make a play in any given position. Exactly. Same thing in chess, actually. Saprodium, saw you on my recommended channels. Remember seeing you fight against Nen the other night. Your Anji's sick. Thank you. Nen is actually a very, very good player. I think Nen, they just tend to get in their own head a lot, and so then they double think, right? Whereas I think if Nen simply just chooses to do simple and solid play more often. Actually, no. Nen does a lot of simple play. I think Nen just needs to cycle their options more. And I think that, and be confident about their actual offense. Because a lot of the time I manage to get out of Nen's offense because they're usually doing something clever. Oh my goodness. Tired Toad Sage. Thank you for subscribing with the Prime. I appreciate that. Enjoy the emotes, the fact that you don't have to watch ads upon coming into the channel, and the fact that you farm channel points faster than the average person. Have my Bezos bucks, I probably have to go to bed soon. Oh my god, I appreciate it. But yeah, I hope that this crash course in like neutral and triangles helps you a little bit. In Street Fighter, it's just a lot of playing footsies, moving back and forth, understanding what your opponent wants to do, and then reacting accordingly. Either that or enforcing your own game plan, right? Enforcing your own game plan in fighting games essentially means I have a pretty good feeling I know what you're going to try to do on defense, and this is how I'm going to beat it, right? If I know you block a lot, I'm going to start grabbing. If I know that you mash a lot, I'm going to start doing meaties, or I'm going to try and bait moves, right? I'm going to do a little shuffle, a little shimmy, if you will. And I'm going to, like, you can't block if you're doing something. if I bait you into doing something, I can now punish you for it. And that's the idea. Zug Swang is core component to how I like to play most competitive games. Okay, we have to go to an ad break, unfortunately. But Theremin Crow, can you link me the article to Who is the Beatdown? I kind of want to check it out right now while we're on the topic. But yeah, I'll see you guys in about 3 minutes. Get water, use the restroom, do what you gotta do, and I'll see you guys in a bit. Welcome back. Hope you had a good ad break. What was I gonna say? You know, I realized I haven't really played the game at all, but that's fine. Because I was gonna say, if I didn't play the game, that means I could have just been in like VTuber mode this whole time instead of potato mode. But honestly, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. It helps you focus on the gameplay instead of me. You don't need eye candy. For some of you, this is the eye candy. But let's go ahead and look at this article real quick, right? I even put on Dark Reader so that you guys won't burn your eyes out from white mode. Welcome back. Thank you, Looney. Good to see you. I think the concept applies... Oh, wait. I forgot. This is still super loud right now. There we go. I think the concept applies in a very obvious way to show, or to how you were supposed to approach matchups against characters like Gold Lewis and Pot and Guilty Gear for Zap Chaos. I think so. Welcome back. Thank you, Emblem. Okay, let's read this article and see what we can learn here, okay? I want to reiterate this thing that I keep telling people. In Karate Kid and other like martial arts movies, you always hear this line, everything is kung fu, right? And this kind of applies to everything, right? Nothing in life is perfectly encapsulated in a vacuum, right? You can find inspiration for whatever you do in other aspects of life, no matter what you're doing, right? In this case, sometimes it's actually really good for your fighting game career to just do other things for a little bit, right? Don't completely abandon the fighting game, of course. You still got to practice, but still. Sometimes playing that roguelike, sometimes going off and doing a different hobby, going for a run, or watching a movie will actually help you get better at fighting games. Why? Because something that you do outside of the fighting game might trigger like a synapse to fire and connect the dots in your head of like, wait a minute, I just got a brilliant idea, right? You could become inspired. And this applies also to creative endeavors as well. So let's say you're in an art block or you're having a writer's block. And you go do something and you're just like, Eureka, I've got it. I have inspiration. Yeah. So let's read this real quick, right? Slay the Spire break. Yeah. In this case, let's read about this card game analogy and see what we can learn. Who's the Beatdown? Editors know, a long time ago, the first Magic website was the Dojo, a site that is still legendary for publishing some of the most fundamental principles of Magic. Almost all strategical theory can be traced back to the Dojo's loyal writers, and any serious Magic player owes these old vets a debt of, a debt of gratitude. Unfortunately, thanks to financial troubles, the dojo went out of business in 2000. In a last-ditch effort to save the 4 years of wisdom that had been collected there at the time, the editor asked the community to archive the articles for future reference. The best of the dojo articles are reprinted here because they're still vital to Magic today. StarCityGames.com merely reprints them, adding links to clarify older cards that new players probably won't have seen so that they can understand some of the strategy. Many of the dojo's writers are still active in Magic and write for other sites. Give them a shout out for helping the community grow. Oh yeah. So, who's the Beatdown? The most common, yet subtle, yet disastrous mistake I see in tournament Magic is the misassignment of who is the Beatdown deck and who is the control deck in a similar deck versus similar deck matchup. The player who misassigns himself is inevitably the loser. You see, in similar deck versus similar deck matchups, unless the decks are really symmetrical, that is, the true mirror match, one deck has to play the role of Beatdown, and the other deck has to play the role of control. This can be a very serious dilemma if, say, both are playing aggressive decks. Let me give you an example. At a 1.x PTQ in Washington, D.C., my teammate Al Tran was playing for a top 8 slot versus Sly. Or Slig, I don't know. Al was playing Landiho's White Weenie Jank deck, normally an aggressive deck, but not versus Sly. The match was split 1-1, and the third game was going to determine who made top 8. Al's opponent went first and laid a Jackal Pup, which is, let's see, it's a 2-1 for 1 mana, etc. It's an aggressive card. At this point, Al had 2 Cursed Scrolls, which is, doesn't really do much, and 2 Swords to Plowshares. They're both defensive cards, and an Honorable Passage, right? They're all defensive cards, and some lands in hand. Al chose not to plow the Jackal Pup, taking 2 on the first attack. I don't know what plow means, but the point is that, I see. In other words, the opponent played an aggressive card, and Al could have pulled the trigger right there and gotten rid of it. Right? Oh, I see. Plows and Swords to Plowshares. I forgot. Thank you. More of a top-level Magic player than fighting game player? I believe it. Sounds like somebody who's not played against the Cursed Scroll. Yeah, I know about Magic, but I don't play competitive Magic is the problem. So I have to read the card, right? 3 mana, tap, name a card, target opponent chooses a card random from your hand. If he or she chooses the named card, Cursed Scroll deals 2 damage to target creature or player. Wow, Mizu Pixels, thanks for raiding with the party of 24. Welcome in Raiders, hello. My name is Bron. I'm Honor Day Bard at your service, your one-stop shop for poetry, performance, and pleasantries. When I'm not playing fighting games, you can usually find me reading, writing, and sometimes I might even sing you a song. But hey, welcome in. Brother, I gotta compliment you on your Venom because your Venom is incredible and your tenacity is even more so. I've never seen anybody dedicated to their character to your extent. Like, I see you making it work, and I appreciate you for it. You make everybody proud. But welcome in. Kamikaze Kitty 1, what's up? Welcome in. Mizu, yo, thank you, fam. No, I appreciate you. You put in the work. Like, I literally can't get Venom practice from anywhere else because I don't know like anybody else playing Venom consistently. They're all like, I have a Venom. I can play Venom. You know? But you're out here like, yeah, no, I'm working on it. That really means a lot. Oh, for sure. Like, I appreciate it, man. Like, because I remember playing you for the first time in Tower, and I was like, this guy knows what he's doing. You know what I mean? A lot of times I play somebody, and I'm just like, I'm not sure this guy knows what's happening. Especially if they're playing on one of the newer characters. But, you know, I can tell you put the time in. I love this dude so much. Venom's cool. You know, like you said, I think they give him one buff, and he's going to be good. Hopefully it's not like the Johnny type buff where like now he's a little too good, but you know, I mean, I know you wouldn't complain if he was that good, although it might have bad impacts on the rest of us, but you know what I mean. That is my favorite fighting game character, no doubt. I think it's cool. I just got a tough time because I got to hold it whenever you're doing like fastball in neutral, because then it's just like, all right, how do I approach? You know, it's hard. I would hate being hated. That's how I feel sometimes. But then I accepted the fact that people hated Anj even when he was bad. Like, you're never gonna escape hate. Sometimes you just gotta be proud of what you play and just accept that, you know, there's gonna be haters out there. All right? Sometimes respect has to be earned. Like, people will eventually say, I hate the character, but I respect that guy. And apparently that's what I am sometimes. Like, man, you know, playing fighting games is a form of self-expression, and apparently I'm a fucking artist. Even though if I don't always believe it myself. Venom is sick. Ron, today's a good day. I locked in. Oh, hell yeah, Hunter. Tell me about it. Love how versatile his balls are. I do too. True. There's always going to be someone, yeah, molded by it, yeah. Like, character hate is normal. Yeah, exactly. You guys get it. So anyways, we talked a lot. I talked about Guilty Gear lore because I read a bunch of it, but then we got on like stuff about mental health. And when it comes to fighting games, you know, what do you do when you're mad? And then I got a question about how do you navigate neutral. So I was talking about neutral for like an hour. And now I'm talking about another thing that might help with fighting games. Like, this article is about Magic the Gathering, the card game, and it's about who's the beatdown, right? Who's the guy asking questions, right? And the analogy for fighting games is who's the guy on offense? Who's the guy like asking the questions when it comes to neutral, right? Are you the aggressor or are you the guy on defense? In this case, the scenario is it's a tournament. Two players are playing a very similar deck, right? But the difference here is that depending on who has tempo, right, who played first, who's the guy who has to answer? Who is the guy who has to be on defense and control the board? In this case, the author's friend, Al, is the guy who's essentially playing second and has a whole bunch of cards in hand that are for defense. And Mizu, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. You know, I hope you enjoy your time here. Feel free to come back anytime. And that goes for all of you Raiders, by the way. If you gotta go, you gotta go. Please do get some rest. Otherwise, feel free to stick around. Now y'all know where to find me. So Al chose not to use swords to plowshares on the Jackal and decides to take 2 on the first attack. This is one of the fundamentals of card games, which is using health as a resource. All right, because a card is very valuable. Arguably, the more cards you play in a card game, the more likely you are to win. But if you blow up all your resources early on, then you're not going to have answers for bigger things later in the game. Thought I was falling here already? Not gonna lie, all good, man. I hate Kaiden because not just because of his kit, because of the fact that I got PTSD dealing with an XR and plus R. Yeah, exactly. I'll be honest, Kai Kiske is a pretty good character in my opinion, and I would have a lot of money if I had $1 for every time I've been hit by some stray attack and which converted into something really stupid. Anyways. On his own second turn, Al played another land and a cursed scroll, so he only had 1 land up. So in other words, now, to Theremin Crow's credit, yes, actually, cursed scroll is actually really good. It's just a little slower because it costs 3 mana to use it every turn. At any rate, on his opponent's third turn, another mountain came down, followed by ball lightning, right? The opponent is definitely playing the aggressive deck, the aggro deck, playing just mono red. Here's a tiny creature that's going to poke you to death, right? He gained control over the next few turns, but ended up dying to bolts. Right? Here we go. Al was forced to plow the ball. So, Ball Lightning is a 3 mana 6-1. With haste? Ouch. Right? So in other words, you don't want to take 6. You are forced to use one of your, what's it called? Swords to Plowshares. And by bolts, it means lightning bolts, which is a 1 mana, deal 3 damage. Right? Several turns over, you got ran over by the aggressive deck. What happened? I wrote like 1,500 words for the Kate fanfic. Like I didn't have it for the last 2 weeks. I had the vision for a second weeks ago, but then I lost it. Dust. But today I saw it in my dreams as I slept last night, the story, and so I've been writing for like 7 hours and made myself love a ship. Oh hell yeah. I've done nothing. You also need to empty your hand before using it. Oh, I see. That's why. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, but Hunter, I've also been working on the fanfic because I actually had time yesterday. And that's why I read so much lore. I'm not gonna spoil what I'm writing about, but let's just say I really had to get, I was writing and I realized that I'm not gonna half-ass my fanfiction by not understanding the timeline of Guilty Gear. And so now I can tell you that the Crusades in Guilty Gear ended in 2175, and the events of the current, current events of Strive and Exarch happened in 2187. I was stuck on reading the Gear timeline. Now I see it all. So you and me are in the same boat right now. Like, when did this happen? Right? Which game did this happen in? You know? The aftermath of the Crusades happens between 2176 up till 2187. They have observed the sacred text, and so have I. At any rate, so what was the problem here? Al was a beatdown deck, and he wanted to deal damage to his opponent via the Jackal Pups. However, in this particular matchup, he had to play the control deck. You see, Sly is just much faster than Jank. So Jank's way to win has to be stifling Sly's early speed with removal, and then locking down the mid game with Cursed Scrolls. Because Sly also has Cursed Scrolls as well as more bolts than Jank, the only way that Jank can win is to make sure it has a decent life total as it plays its own threat cards. Let me translate, because a lot of you don't play card games, specifically Magic the Gathering. So both players are playing a very similar deck, but the version that their opponent is playing is faster because it has more little minions and more direct damage things, right? Normally, the other guy would be the aggressive deck because they'd be playing against a slower deck. But because they're playing against someone who's playing very aggressive, they have to play it differently, right? The correct thing is to slow the game down as much as possible in order to establish yourself. Though it ostensibly hurts the initial race to give the Sly player 4 additional life from the Jackal Pups, you can see from his example that Al had to give him 6 more life from the Ball Lightning and still took at least 8 from the Pups where he could control them. It would have profited Al much more to plow the Pups, passage the ball, and enter the mid-game with 20 life as he started threatening with his own Paladins, Priests, etc. So this is a fundamental when it comes to card games. Remember when I said he who plays more cards will inevitably win the game, more likely anyway? In this case, do the math, right? If you have a little 2/1 puppy that keeps dealing damage from turn 1, and you let that slide for like 4 turns, you've taken 8 damage, and you only have 20 health to work with. You are very low, and by the time those like 4 turns have passed, your opponent has also probably started playing other bigger things or started burning your face down, right? You can run up to 4 lightning bolts in a deck, by the way. And if your opponent happens to draw all those lightning bolts, then they could just kill you in like 4 turns afterwards. If they draw a lightning bolt every single turn, that's just 3 damage, 3 damage, 3 damage. Especially with the 2/1 on the board just bleeding you dry. So if you even though it hurts to just use a really good removal spell on a little tiny weenie, it will save you more health overall and help you stabilize until you get into the mid game that allows you to actually play your game plan better. All right? Especially when you have better cards later down the line that you can draw into. I've also been reading the transcripts for character dialogue to try and get a vibe for how they speak. Oh, same here. I think this format also has chain lightning, so basically 8 bolts. Oh, yeah. The same comparison can be made when 2 control-based decks slug it out. Oh, man, don't get me started on this. At the same PTQ, I was playing High Tide, so this is until end of turn, whenever a player taps Island for mana, that player adds an additional blue mana, which means you get double the amount of mana every time you tap, as long as, for as long as this card isn't played this turn, right? Really good. It means you get to double your mana for the turn. against what is normally a dangerous match for me, Counter Sliver. Oh, Sliver deck, you. My opponent was running the usual array of slivers, Worship, and Permission, as well as Curse Scroll. So another curse. By the way, I don't know, I was going, as part of my job, I have to go through a lot of inventory, and part of inventory is like, we have magic cards, and some of the magic cards are like World Champ deck cards, and it's really cool seeing a bunch of Curse Scrolls with like gold borders, and they're signed. And I know this is a good card because there are several different versions of Curse Scroll World Champ deck that have different signatures on them, which tells me a lot of World Championships decks or winners have used this card. Is this Kirby music? The last one was, yeah, from Kirby's Dream Course, Jigsaw Plains. Anyways, after playing a turn 2, wait, hold on. He made the mistake of thinking he was the control deck. I see, right? So when two control decks match, who's the actual aggressor here? Because both your game plans are to stall out and do your combo. After playing a turn 2 Crystalline Sliver, this is 2 mana 2/2. It has Shroud, which means it can't be interacted with. He followed up 2 turns later with Worship, which is if you control a creature, deal damage that would reduce your life to 1. Okay, basically this just makes you take less damage. I stroked him out. I killed him the first game with Palinchron. This is a 7 mana 4/5 flying. Okay. When it comes to play untap up to 7 lands, damn, this pays for itself. And then for 4 mana, you can return it to your owner's hand to bounce it. Okay. That's kind of insane. And because I mostly showed him some disrupts, let's see, showing your hand, right? This is counter and draw a card. Force Spike. Yeah. Counter unless the opponent pays for 1. Card drawing. He may have thought I was a more creature-heavy deck, right? It doesn't matter. He thought he was the control deck in this matchup. Well, because the way that you showed your hand. By the way, I didn't talk about the controlled information during games. Mergix 1010 or 1010. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. This goes infinite with High Tide. Oh, you're so right. I just realized because you gain double. Oh shit. What a dumb combo. I didn't expect a golf game would have that kind of music. Curse Scroll was messed up back in the day. Oh yeah, I believe it. I mean, back then, like, well, in the old days, everyone still memed about like Channel Fireball, which is what actually caused, or what spawned like a whole podcast called that, right? Channel Fireball or something like that. Or was it Shop? One of those. But anyways, I like your reading. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're playing 2 mana, 2 drops with downside. Yeah. Even though I have only played Yu-Gi-Oh, the concepts are similar. Yeah. Like, this is what are just considered card game fundamentals, right? Resource management, control of information, and establishing tempo, right? As well as who is the aggressor, right? You have to establish yourself as such. So in this case, let's keep reading. He thought he was the control deck in this matchup when clearly I was the control deck. I had a comparable or greater amount of permission, but where he had slivers, I had card drawing and deck manipulation. Where he had dual lands, I had Thaw and Glaciers. Oh, this is a good card, right? Comes to play tap, search your library, basic land. It's a tutor, or it's a fetch land. It does not count towards your 1 land per turn limit. Shuffle your library afterward. At the end of turn, return Thaw and Glacier to your owner's hand. Yeah, this shit's insane. Because you can just keep playing this and just keep fetching lands. My Thaws were going to ensure that I never missed a land drop. I had already housed a couple of his Brainstorms with Disrupt. Right? Brainstorm just draws you cards. Disrupt is counter. Right? This means that I was going to win the long game every single time. That's just good deck building. His job, therefore, was to kill me before I killed him, right? You have to identify what your opponent's game plan is. But because of the way that he was playing, the opponent thought, oh, I'm going to die if I don't deal with his stuff. Well, in reality, you have to understand that the thing he killed you with, right, Palinchron, is a 7 mana card. And the moment you see Thaw and Glaciers, you know you're on a clock. You know that you have to go out the gate swinging. Because if you know your deck well enough, you know that even if they're similar, if you don't have what he's having, you gotta kill the guy before that happens, right? In a control v control matchup, you have to understand who has the more dangerous combo and how long it takes for them to assemble that combo, right? And you can always get clues based on what they're playing, right? Whenever they're playing creatures, that means that they're not doing shenanigans like card draw or whatever, or ramp, right? Which is a big clue to you that, okay, that means that they gave up their turn to establish board pressure. So I need to think, do I want to establish board pressure myself? Do I try to control the board? Or do I try to set up to counter his next turn, right? These are all options that are laid before you. And in online card games, you have like 60 seconds to think about your turn and do all that. So that's a skill check. His job, therefore, was to kill me before I killed him. The normal formula is to play some decent-sized slivers, 2 power or more, attacking every turn, and leaving mana open to try to counter whatever the opposing blue deck does that might be threatening. You know, a Wrath of God, which wipes the board, an Engineered Plague, more board wipe, or in this case, High Tide finishing combo, right? Always have open mana. Even if you don't have anything, by the way, you can bluff your opponent into it. Just like, that's mind games, that's controlled information. First of all, he probably should have tried to threaten me more aggressively. Only 1 crystalline gives me a lot of turns of thawing and card drawing. Secondly, tapping out is the death knell. I didn't even have to waste a turnabout on him, which is 4 mana, choose artifact, creature, or land, tap all untapped permanents of the chosen type target player controls, or untap all tap permanents of that type that player controls. Basically, just tap everything for 4 mana. In a similar deck versus similar deck matchups, there are a couple of things that you want to look at to figure out what role to play. Who has more damage? Usually he has to be the beatdown deck. Who has more removal? Usually he has to be the control deck. And finally, who has more permission and card drawing? Almost always he has to be the control deck, right? If you are the beatdown deck, you have to kill your opponent faster than he can kill you. If you are the control deck, you have to weather the early beatdown and get into a position where you can gain card advantage. Exactly. For an example of correctly determining who is the beatdown deck and who is the control deck, look at the Sly vs. Sly matchup between Price and Pacifico at the top 8 of the 1998 US Nationals. Although on the surface, the two players seem to be playing very similar decks, there are major design differences. Dave's deck was running more cursed scrolls than Pacifico's, and he also had Hammer of Bogarden, which is a 3 mana, deal 3 to target creature or player. And with extra text, you can spend this to return it to your hand. Fire Slinger, 2 mana, 1/1. Every time you tap, it deals damage to both you and your opponent. Or sorry, yourself and 1 damage to anything else. His only real beatdown was Jackal Pup and Ball Lightning. The rest of the deck was more control and utility oriented. Pacifico's deck was much more damage oriented. It was based around attacking and celerity creatures instead of dedicated removal. In addition to Jackal Pup and Ball Lightning, he had Goblin Vandal. I'm squinting at the thing. Destroy target artifact. It's a 1/1. Okay. Basically, it's a 1/1. If you sack it, it destroys an artifact. Mog Flunkies can't attack or block alone. This is a 2 mana 3/3 that essentially just, well, you can't use it by itself, but it's 3 damage if you have another thing attacking. A Lancer and a Viashino Sandstalker, 3 mana 4/2 haste. Can attack immediately. 2 mana 2/2s, not 2 drops. Oh, I see. Sorry about that. It's slow but good. Thong Glaciers also put you back 2 turns on mana. That's fair. In tournament, you have to be really quick to play as well. If you're playing a slow deck, you need to make sure you don't draw. Actually, can you break that down? Also, hi, Karina. Thank you for lurking. I'm waiting for my tea to cool down so I can drink it. Alright. Cicada Lancer is a 1 mana 1/1 that can tap once to deal 1 to anything. Okay, I see. So it's similar to like Young Pyro or something like that. I might be misremembering cards, but you get the idea. No, I was trying to remember what you mean when you say really quick to play. You need to make sure you don't... Oh, right, because if you draw, it takes time, right? This is actually a problem with playing online card games too, because the more cards you play, the more it takes for the animations to play out, and that kills the timer, right? So, in other words, what you're probably saying is that the more cards you draw, the more decisions you have to make, and the more time you spend. Furthermore, Pacifico's deck lacked a Fire Slinger and Hammer of Bogarden, and ran only 3 cursed scrolls. While Dave's deck could definitely get a quick start, in this matchup his deck was the control deck, set up for the long game. In one duel, Dave just played land and scrolls and did very little else. He started by removing Pacifico's creatures with blocks or bolts, and then scroll locked him, gained a little card advantage, and finished the game. Had Dave tried to race Pacifico, he might not have won. When two players are just blindly throwing their creatures into one another, the one with more damage-oriented cards is going to win the race. But I figure we expect good Sly play from the King of Red. Finally, think about the Suicide Black versus Sly matchup. These are both very fast beatdown decks. Sly invariably wins. Which deck has more damage? Suicide Black. It runs many high power to cost creatures, like Carnophage, which is a 1 mana, 2/2. During your upkeep, pay 1 life or tap Carnophage. Yeah, so 1 mana, 2/2, pretty good stat cost. Sarcomancy, 1 mana. This is enchantment. When it comes to play, put a zombie token on it, and it's basically just a 1 mana 2/2. But during your upkeep, if there are no zombies in play, then this deals 1 damage. It's basically they're comparable. They're just both 1 mana black cards that are 2/2s. And sometimes Flesh Reaver, which is a 2 mana 4/4. Holy! All right, whenever it deals damage to a creature opponent, Flesh Reaver deals that much damage to you. So, black in this case is a black high risk, high reward aggro deck. Very comparable actually to recent card game. What's it called? Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. If you're playing Abysscraft, then you're very familiar with this mechanic of dealing damage to yourself in exchange for more stats on the board, right? And then after that, finishing off your opponent with some direct damage spells as well as some quick creatures. The only thing you have to worry about as that deck is keeping yourself at a healthy life total and making sure that you don't play into board wipes. That is the concern playing with a high risk, high reward aggro deck. If you're playing Control in tournament, you have to make decisions fast. If you take too long to make decisions, your games will go time and end in a draw. Most Control players will not spend more than a couple seconds on a single game action. Oh, I see. Yeah, I could never because it takes me too long to think. Sometimes it has stuff like Hatred, which is 5 mana, pay X life, target creature gets plus X plus O. So yeah, just literally, it's pay this much, basically pay your whole life to deal all life to your opponent. It's crazy. It damages even itself. Which deck has more removal? Sly. If Suicide Black ever even runs Cursed Scrolls, the Sly deck can invariably match them. Moreover, the Sly deck has not just weenies, but bolts. Though Sly is very fast, Goldfish around turn 4. I don't know what that means. So Suicide Black can go, okay, this is a term, I guess. Can Goldfish on turn 2 or 3, depending on the version and the ritual draw. More terms. Clearly, the Suicide Black deck has to be the beatdown deck, and the Sly deck has to be the control deck. However, Suicide Black can't afford to be the beatdown deck. It can't lay many of its clocks, especially Sarcomancy or Flesh Reaver, because the Sly deck has so many bolts. It can almost never cast a Hatred for fear of auto loss to an Incinerate, which is 2 mana, deal 3 to target creature or player. Creature dealt damage this way can't be regenerated this turn. So if it can't really beat down, the Suicide Black deck has to try to be the control deck. Anyone who has ever witnessed this matchup, at least when the Sly deck gets a decent draw, knows how well control-oriented Suicide Black turns out. Yeah. So, lesson is, misassignment of role equals game loss. After sideboarding, the Suicide Black deck has traditionally done much better. By taking out a lot of its Damage Myself cards for creature removal and life gaining, it can play the control role more adequately and has a much improved, if not great chance of winning. Okay? So, that's the idea behind this fundamental, right? Understand what your deck is trying to do and what the other guy is trying to do with their deck and how to play accordingly. All right? If they're playing the slower deck, then their whole idea is that they just want to last till late game and then pull off their combo to kill you, right? If they are a aggro deck, then they just want to kill you as early as possible, right? So your win condition isn't necessary. Okay, let me explain it like this. If you're playing against an aggro deck, all you have to do is outlast their resources. Because most of the time, those types of decks will run out of gas eventually if you just survive long enough. So your goal isn't to win, it's to survive, right? On the other hand, if you are the control deck, if you are the aggro deck, then your goal is to kill. Because if you take too long, you're gonna die, right? That is the dichotomy of this, right? Those are the two different extremes. When you have two decks that are pretty much the mirror or not, right? It really just depends on what cards you draw and how it plays out to decide who's who, right? If you have the tempo, then you might be the aggro deck that's trying to beat them down. But if you got the bad draws and you got all the reactionary cards, then you might be the control deck, and you have to react accordingly. A saying I like to repeat for control is, it's better to make fast, good decisions than slow, great decisions. Yeah, I feel that on a spiritual level. Man. Goldfishing is how long it takes to kill you if you don't do anything. Oh, I see. So goldfishing is just like literally, like just dawdling about. Okay. Here comes the good part, everybody. How do we compare what we just read to fighting games? It's very simple, actually. Depending on what character you play, as well as how you play your character, it will decide, are you the aggressor or are you the reactor, right? A person who plays a very aggressive character, like say Chip Zanoff, or like, funny enough, ABBA. ABBA is a really good example of how to represent a character, right? Because ABBA in normal mode feels like a very defensive character. But the moment that ABBA goes into jealous rage, ABBA suddenly becomes the aggressor and gets to flip the roles, right? Whereas let's look at a character like Potemkin. Potemkin is big and slow and does a lot of damage, but has to find the right moments, at least on paper, right? You can play Potemkin as the reactor, but in a matchup like ABBA versus Potemkin, both players know what the other is trying to do. Potemkin wants to get in and basically abuse the shit out of ABBA using all sorts of manner of horrific pressure sequences. ABBA knows that technically her buttons are pretty dog shit in normal mode, but can totally rush down to Potemkin in jealous rage. So, in this case, the roles are usually, right, as in, well, normally on paper, ABBA's going to be the defensive player and Potemkin's probably going to be the aggressive player at round start. But what if I told you that you could actually reverse these roles and then after that completely do a 180? If ABBA decides to do an aggressive start at round start and Potemkin does something unsafe and gets counter hit, ABBA is suddenly way shifted in terms of tempo ahead in the game. ABBA can then after that do hard knockdown into jealous rage, and then suddenly Potemkin's whole idea is stay alive, right? Pick the right defensive option. Wake up armored Potbuster. But if that doesn't work out, then Pot's actually gonna die pretty quickly. So just like that, based on the decisions made between these two characters that on paper are very defensive, suddenly one player has to be the defensive player and the other person has to be the aggressive player. The moment ABBA loses any momentum in this matchup, it's pretty over, right? If she doesn't manage blood properly, if she ends up accidentally letting Potemkin out of the corner, Potemkin is gonna rock her shit. He's gonna do all sorts of different things to put ABBA in a bad situation, right? Especially because ABBA is not very mobile outside of jealous rage. At least on paper, anyway. Objective, survive, yeah. The easiest Guilty Gear comparison to make is to Gold Lewis. If you let Gold Lewis establish themselves, they will just run you over. You almost always have to be the beatdown against Gold Lewis. Oh, exactly, right? Remember when I said earlier during the explanation that sometimes the best defense is good offense? If you don't let your opponent play the game, then you don't have to worry about surviving, right? That's the whole idea anyway. Now, ultimately, the end goal is to win, you have to kill your opponent. But the biggest idea is, how do you kill your opponent, right? Do you let your opponent flail about until finally they're out of resources and you can just kill them by, rolling them over? Or do you have to be the aggressor and kill them before they kill you? That is the biggest thing that you have to figure out when you're playing matchups in fighting games, right? Happy Chaos is another one that people always seem to misunderstand. everyone thinks that because Happy Chaos is really, really good at neutral, they always assume that they are going to be the ones on defense immediately. This is actually incorrect. Your whole idea at round start against Happy Chaos is to try and win the rock, paper, scissors, right? Either by whiff punishing or by establishing yourself immediately, right? Because the moment that you lose neutral is when Happy Chaos is at their scariest, because then they just snowball really, really hard. However, Happy Chaos really can't do anything once you put them on defense, right? Happy Chaos can't shoot you because Happy Chaos is blocking. HC can only do shenanigans if you give them the breathing room, right? In which case, it's very similar to the Gold-Lewis matchup, right? You just don't want to be in the receiving end, so you have to be the aggressor, right? That's the idea. When I say, is the goal to survive or is the goal to kill them? Depends on the character, right? Against a character like Anji, your goal is actually to survive. Or you can actually even do the opposite. Just don't let him play the game. Both actually work because Anji is a very versatile character. Anji gets to choose which one he wants to be, right? Does he get to be the aggressor or does he have to be the reactor, right? Anji is pretty easy. Oh, sorry. Let me rephrase that. Anji is on the easier end of playing reactively and surviving as Anji because the moment Anji does something unsafe, does his whole, block string and ends in Fujin mix, if you block correctly, his turn's over. You've managed to survive and you've completed your win condition of essentially taking your turn back and then punishing him for it, right? Rinse and repeat. The other way you do it is if you have a better character more suited to pressing faster buttons than Anji, you just don't let him play the game, right? And this is where Anji kind of falls apart. And then Anji has to be the survivor, right? Most of the time I feel like I'm on the receiving end of things because of the way the characters are. And so my whole goal as Anji is to eventually take my turn back by surviving whatever you're doing on offense, right? Because Anji can do that. Things like that. So that's just a card game fundamental theory that is carrying over to fighting game theory, right? This is already something I do, so this doesn't necessarily help me so much, but explaining it does help me understand it better, and hopefully it helps you understand it better as well when you're playing your match. So the next time you're playing a fighting game or a card game, ask yourself, should I be on the aggressive end of things or should I be on the surviving end of things? What is my goal here? Think about what character you're playing against and what their whole game plan is, right? Think about what your own game plan is and how you want to win, right? Just answer the fundamental question, how do you kill your opponent? All right. That was actually a great place to stop my lecture. Boy, am I sure a yapper today. Okay, I think I've gone pretty hard on explaining things. I didn't really get to play the game at all, so let me see if I can get just like one set in before I switch over to the other thing. Am I even gonna get a chance to play it? I feel like I've kind of gone full into the fighting game thing again. I probably should save this VOD, though. This VOD is actually really, really useful. Let's see here. I almost forgot. Here, let's play on the old classic again. I'm gonna skip to a random spot in the playlist. There we go. Thank you for your words. Gonna head to bed now. Cheers. Thanks, Lorian. I would like a set of, if you're available. Hell yeah. Let's do it. I'll stay on the East Coast just to make it simple for everybody, because I know everyone's on the East Coast. Let's go to East Coast 21 real quick. Oh, I forgot I was messing around with a friend, so I'm on Zato right now. We picked random, and that's where it landed. I'm feeling number 1 today. Testament is usually the control against most characters. They want to chill and respond to their opponent. If games go long, they have great tools for maintaining resources and winning grind games. Yeah. However, you can also play Testament very aggressively, right? So there's no... The thing that makes it a hard comparison to card games is that character archetypes are a suggestion, unlike card games where you need to play the cards do a certain thing and you need to use the cards the way you're supposed to use them. I'm away. All right. If you've seen Fubuki VR, right? Fubuki, she plays a really, really aggressive Testament, and it's very fun to watch. And because she understands that against most characters, Testament can't really zone them out, so she has to be the one on, you know, aggression. This is a Sin. I have played against a lot of Sin recently.
Are you ready?
All right, let's get it.
Mankind Mute. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Fujin, Shin. Take a breather.
Horsey.
Shitsu. Fujin, stay sharp. Here you go. Fujin, stay sharp. Take a breather. Whoa. Not quite. Fujin, stay sharp. Not quite.
Perfect. Duel 2. Let's rock.
Ouch. That's 6B.
Let me stop you there. All yours. Fujin, you're open. Fujin, you're open. Oh.
Ouch. I wonder how many of you can see in real time the things I was explaining.
Boorish. Not quite. All yours. Take a breather. Shitsu. You're quick. Fujin, Shin. Say. Impressive. Really?
Ah. No OTG.
Yeah. Shitsu. Fujin. That loss
Ooh,
was
nice.
just acting.
Duel 3. Let's rock.
Loosen up. Shitsu.
Oh.
Fujin.
Oh.
Getting on my nerves. All mine. Here you go. Good stuff. Hey. Fujin, win. Fujin, that's showtime. Go. Yeah. Fujin, you're open. Fujin, stay sharp. Fujin, win. With my regrets.
Oh. I forgot about the interaction. All I had to do was block and grab, actually. But that works too. I think from that one game alone, I could already break down every single decision-making thing that we talked about and how we both adapted on the fly there. But let's keep going.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Show's over. Fujin, Nagiha. Fujin, Shin. Not quite. Shitsu. Fujin, stay sharp. Whoop. Sorry about Fujin, you're open. Worthless. Fujin, dazzled. On my feet. Fujin, oh yeah. Whoop. Fujin, Nagiha. Fujin, think fast. Life is fleeting. Something at my tempo. Whoop.
All right.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Fujin, dazzled. Here you go.
Yeah.
Fujin! Fujin, you're open. Here you go. Butterfly. Go.
That's not down back. That was just down.
On my feet.
Oh, that's not how that works.
Hold on a second. Good stuff. Fujin!
Ow. Yeah, all right. You know, I'm so happy I can just tech throws now.
Yeah. Shitsu. Fujin, stay sharp. Fujin, party. Oh. Fish for you.
Like, it's insane. I can just do that now.
Let's continue. Go.
Like, I couldn't do that a year ago, and now I'm just like, I can just do that.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Fujin, Nagi. On my feet. All yours.
Ow.
Getting on my nerves. Butterfly.
Ow. You're so right for that, though.
Just stay put.
That's unfortunate.
Shitsu. Fujin. Dash X. Fujin. Rin.
Ooh.
Fujin. Stay
Good
sharp.
punish.
Not quite.
Oh, I could have RC'd the throw.
Fujin.
Slap.
That's alright.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Here you go. Fujin. Think fast. Impressive. Ko. Fujin. Hey, Fujin. You're open. Yeah. Shitsu. Sweet. Fujin. Rin. Say. Fujin. Rin. Fujin. Dazzle. No. All yours. Not quite. Butterfly. Fujin. Shin. Not showtime.
No time to burst. That's checkmate. Alright, that's 3. Let's take a break.
I'll dance.
Oh, okay. We can go straight into another one. We'll do a first to 5 then.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Fujin. Stay sharp. Take a breather. Shitsu. Kyo. Take a breather. Fujin. On my feet. With my regrets. Beauty of nature. Fujin. Rin.
Ugh.
Good stuff.
Okay, here we go. There's a gap there.
Idiocy.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Ah.
Sorry about this. All yours. Yeah. Take a breather. Shitsu. Not quite. Shitsu. Fujin. That's back to.
That's some bullshit, but, you know, it happens.
Fujin. Rin.
I don't have your Steam? Your activities are hidden? Oh, yeah, my activities are hidden all the time.
Fujin.
Oh. That's just because of my privacy settings. Ah, I missed it.
Fujin. Showtime. Sweet.
Is this just tower? No, I'm playing in the park with Airman Crow because they asked for a set. It's been a while outside. You want to throw hands?
Duel 1.
We'll have to take an ad break first, though. Ow. First 200? You know that's not happening tonight.
Fujin. You're open. Fujin. Good stuff.
Ow. I should have 6-speed, actually. My bad for being preemptive. Back to sleep and you not keep waking up. Yep. Well, did you say putting my stream on does help you sleep? Like a parry for the lads.
Clumsy of me.
That's on me though. That's fine. Like my burst meter's almost back up, so.
Fujin. Oh. Fujin. Fujin. You're open. Just stay put. All yours. Just stay put. Fujin. Oh yeah. Let it
JPK 50/50.
Fujin. Hey. Fujin. Nagi. Showtime. All mine.
Really?
Good stuff. Fujin.
Slap.
Nagiha.
Duel 3. Let's rock.
Hey. Fujin. You're open.
Nice.
Impressive. Yeah. Fujin. Oh yeah. Fujin. Hey. Kyo. Oh. Try this. Let me
That's a
stop
bad
you.
decision on my part.
All yours. Fujin. Shoot. Did I get you? Hey. Fujin. Impressive.
Ah, bad decision on my
Good
part.
stuff. Fujin.
That's fine,
Oh,
though.
yeah. Ko. Yeah. Fujin. Rin. Yeah. Whoa. Sweet. Fujin. Needle. Hey. Fujin. Rin. Fujin. You're open. Or not. All yours. Fujin, not my tempo. Try this. Fujin.
All right, that's 5. Let's take a break, especially because we're about to enter an ad break pretty soon. GG's. No, that shit was good actually. I could see you adapting in real time. Plus, we text so many fucking grabs, bro. Horsey, Murdoch, are you ready? Are you ready? Because I'm gonna be playing the horse game, the horse girl game again soon. Yeah. I think I was being too patient on defense. You were actually. The moment I noticed, like, because I could see that you were trying to apply what you were learning earlier to try and be more defensive. But okay, so in the 5 months I was away, right, I was doing a lot of contemplating as well on the nature of defense. And the nature of defense isn't necessarily being able to block everything or anticipate anything that's going to happen. It's being able to take your turn back, right? And that's guessing what your opponent is going to be doing on offense well enough where you understand where the gaps are, where you can either take your turn back by mashing / pressing your buttons, or escaping, right, and returning back to neutral, right? And so the moments that you teched, anytime you tech a throw, you're usually back to a neutral situation, which is pretty good. It's better than being on defense. And the other thing is, whenever I'm doing some fake shit, right, I miss Ko. That's you have to know that that's immediately a punish situation. That is a jump up and do an air throw, or go and close slash or whatever, right? Do an anti-air. Right, that is a moment that you have to be on the lookout for. Another thing about defense is this, right? You can be wrong on defense. That's okay. Do you remember that one moment where like you kept taking overheads and then the next round later, like you started getting hit by infinite lows, right? That's risk reward. Getting an overhead is annoying, but it won't kill you. Getting hit by the low will turn into a full conversion that does a big ass combo and might kill you, right? So usually, more often than not, better to just try and block the low. You only have to look. Okay, that's probably my one takeaway quote. You don't have to be right every time. You just have to be right when it matters, right? If you block that one low, 2K2D, assuming that they don't have meter to back them up, right? If they have meter, then you have to be a little more careful because they can be tricky about it. Like I did PRC 2K2D to catch whatever you're doing to interrupt me, right? I'm always defensive. I usually just try to take the high against Anji. Yeah, jumping up against Anji is good for avoiding all the ground stuff like Fujin and stuff, but it does open you up to anti-airs like Ko and 6P, right? Sin has one of the better air to ground games, but it's still one of those risks that you have to take. Fighting game fundamental, it is almost always better to be on the ground and in the air. The reason? You can't really react to as many things while you're in the air. Especially because everything you do in the air is pretty much a commitment. If you air dash, you're vulnerable. If you press a button, you might get 6P'd, right? The only thing you can really do in the air to be safe is block. And even then, right, there's no guarantee that's going to work out. You might have to tech a throw in the air. So that's why being in the air is inherently dangerous, but also really beneficial. It's a high risk, high reward. If your jump isn't punished, you get in, and it works out really well. The same applies to Street Fighter, which I realized because I didn't know that all jump-ins are plus on block, right? Which explains why you can't block in the air, because it's high risk, high reward. If your jump is successful, your pressure is validated. If you get anti-air, that's on you for taking that risk in the first place. Don't fall for it, just block Anji. Exactly, right? In this case, Outsider, your what's it called? Your reactions to Anji are tuned to max, so you're gonna be reacting to every single thing Anji does anyway, unless they can manipulate your reactions. I take the high against Anji. By high, I mean the high low. For the high low, I know. You usually just take the overhead, right? Because, like I said, right, the overhead is okay until, or what is it? It's okay to take the throw / overhead until you've been hit by it too many times, and you're then at a very low health, right? Risk reward. At what point do you think it's okay to risk blocking the overhead to cash out, right? And that part of that is knowing how to read your opponent, right? That's the fun part. That's the jackpot casino of, I think my opponent's gonna go overhead. I'm gonna block high, right? If you're correct, you cash out so hard. If you're incorrect, oh boy, you're gonna eat shit, right? Whereas taking the safer bet, right? Blocking low every time means you essentially will bleed out from losses. It's like gambling in poker or whatever else, right? Big risk, big reward. Low risk, means you can bleed out, right? If you're right on the low risk, though, you get to cash out pretty good, too. You get 2k 2D if you block Anji's low. That being said, though, it's not always going to be that, and so that's why you have to, like, temper your expectations. And don't forget about the third option, too. Fan tosses pulse on block and allows me to keep going, and resets pressure. So sometimes jumping is also correct. Did someone say Sin? Yeah, Theremin was playing Sin against me. I think I had thrown more on those games than I got high load. Oh, for sure. The reason why is because I know you were looking for high low the whole time, and throwing was like the last thing on your mind until it wasn't, right? The moment I saw you guessing throw, that's when I could do some more stagger pressure, right? That's how I opened up my opponents. Anyways, we got to run a 3-minute ad break. We'll be right back after these messages. Use the restroom, do what you got to do, and we'll be right back after these messages. See you in a bit. welcome back. Hope you had a good ad break. So, brushing my teeth, use the restroom and stuff. I think we've done enough Guilty Gear for today, funny enough. I'm switching over to the horse game. Why? Because, alright, I gotta explain to you guys what went on, okay? So first off, let's quit the game properly. GG's Theremin Crow. Peak, I know. Let me explain. I noticed the other day, one of the quests says, get Haru Urara to 5,000 fans, right? And I was like, that doesn't sound too hard, I could do that. And then I entered the campaign, career, whatever, right? And as I read through her introduction, I realized what I was dealing with, and I was like, "Oh no, this might have been a mistake." I did not expect much. This is a 1-star horse we're talking about, right? And then I just did the things I thought I was supposed to do, and I started winning. What the hell? I always enter her late because that's what she's good at. And somehow it just works. Also, I stuck Rice Shower on her lineage thing, and Haru Urara with Blue Rose Closer, actually insane. Because she's already breaking out of the pack, and now she gets bonuses for that too. Incredible. I got farther with Haru than any other character I've done so far, and it is driving me nuts because I expect this to be a joke run, and now here we are. Haru, my goat. I know. All right. First off, let me go ahead and switch over because now I don't have to be potato for this, right? Hold on. Have you seen the pictures of the actual horse? They're so adorable. I have. I've seen all the things. Also, did you guys hear on July 5th? I just heard the news. Haru won her first race on July 5th of this year. That's insane. Hold on, actually, I got some notifications here. Okay, never mind, we're good. Let's see. It's great. I love how Haru's career is not a joke. I mean, I know, right? I believed in her. It's just that, like, I also tempered my expectations, but she's blown them out of the water and made me a believer. Like, it is insane. I believe she could do it now, but I need your help. I need an audience for this, actually. Hold on. First, change the category. Right? Second of all, put away this note. And then, hup. All right, we're back, baby. Oh, also, I forgot. It's summer. It's so hot. I need to take off a coat. Oh, that's the hat and it. All right, we're good. You know, put the hat back on. It's so over. Stop it. All right, next. Open the game while I also set up everything else. Hold on. God, I need to get all the redeems up again. Oh, my eye's itching like crazy. Hold on a second. I had trouble sleeping last night, so we'll see how well I managed to not, or how well I managed to stay focused. I think I've been doing a pretty good job so far. All right, where's the thing? Okay, bingo. Next, gotta turn on all the things again. Okay, we're good to go. Ow. Gopan. Lucky me. Alright. Where's the video game? There's the video game. As an oh, I forgot I had to update the game. I think because of this game, every demographic has been converted to supporting horses. The propaganda is ubiquitous. I think it's just fun, you know? I think it's good that we have another thing we can unite all over. Like, we all think it's fun. We all think it's, like, good, you know? And it's become another one of those phenomenons. And I like phenomenons. Phenomenons are essentially what make life interesting in the 21st century and unite us as people, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Okay, here we go. I almost forgot, by the way. The other day, too, I got farther than ever with Rice Shower. And when Rice Shower won that very important race, I think it was the Tokyo Yushun, I got the rock song. What is it called? Something about the soul. And I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. This is exactly what I wanted, because I love rock concerts. We can all stand together under the banner of horses. It's true, right? Winning the soul, that's the one. God, it was such a good performance, too. Rip Rice Shower, rest in power, for sure. I chose Rice Shower as my 3-star after reading the tearjerker story that was Rice Shower's actual career. He really gave it his all, huh? My favorite concert song? Mine too. After I saw that, I was like, this is the best. This is the good one. Anyways, let's do that career, shall we? Okay. Let me recap here. Rice Shower, or sorry, no. Oh, I forgot. We're in the middle of summer camp as well. The damn horse game, leave me alone. Okay? I actually enjoy playing this. Musume, let's fucking go. Hey, Exile, what's up? I've been trying to min-max this game as hard as I can. I'm just having a good time. I play a lot of, this is a roguelike, okay? To all the people who are wondering, why is this game so fun? If you set aside the anime girls and visual novel aspects of this, you're playing a roguelike training sim and seeing how well you can, train your characters to go through shit. I can't escape it. I mean, I thought about not playing on stream anymore, but this run was so insane, I just needed to show you guys what's going on. Alright? Mind you, her stats were bottom barrel. Everything was in, F. I had to train it up. Look at my stats now. Well, they're still not great, but still. Everything was F, and now it's C, E, D. Pretty good. I'm a little worried about her stamina, though, so I think I have to train that pretty soon. But the point is that, her whole goal was just to win one race, because she gets so easily distracted, right? And then, her goal is just get fans. I just entered her in races, and then she started winning. I was like, what the fuck is happening? Right? Get her, what are her skills again? Hold on, shit. Oh, yeah. So she's got her ult, which just gives her more stamina. Horse girl's horsey, yeah. She has Blue Rose Closer because her lineage, I just stuck Rice Shower on her, and it just works. Especially because they're friends, too, which is funny. This one, okay, funny story about this one. Okay, I had so many debuffs this game, it's insane. For example, what's it called? She couldn't sleep, so she got the night owl condition. So every single time I rested, she would wake up and be like, I'm so sleepy, bro. And then lose 10 energy every single time until I realized, oh, I need to take her to the infirmary. And guess what? I took her to the infirmary. She had a nightmare. So she didn't heal. So I had to do it again. Insane, right? Another time, I decided to, it was okay, 20% chance of failure on, wit. There's no way this could turn out that badly. It turns out badly. She actually gets injured to the point where, I raced on the Nakayama race course, and then, I chose one wrong option on the thing, and they gave me the debuff. If you ever race at Nakayama race course, you're gonna get debuffed to shit. And I was like, okay, it's not a big deal. I just don't race on Nakayama. Guess what? The main race was at Nakayama. There was no choice. I had to spec into Nakayama race course. All right. What conditions is because I realized that she always runs on dirt. She's only good on dirt. I went on one turf race. It ended horribly. So whenever it's raining and shit, she has a great time. Sprinting gear, I took this and it works. She just goes zoom now. Straight away recovery, just more stamina. And this, I saved up so much. This costs double everything else. Okay? Now she's a fucking passing machine. I don't know what the fuck happened. You overinvested in guts. It just happened to work out that way because of the fact that a lot of the events were on that. Kind of a worthless stat. Past 300 doesn't do anything. Yeah, guts is this was a pure coincidence, okay, because of the way that the events lined up. But guts is essentially what I understand is it just helps you power is what helps you pass your opponents, and then guts is essentially just managing to stay in the race. I'm not really sure how it works. The point is, I think she's tired as shit. I think we just need to go rest. Thankfully, in summer vacation, rest and recreation are the same, so... Oh, I remember now. When she got injured, I injured her once, and her move went from good to awful. And I was like, I had to spend the rest of, like, the turns just literally getting her mood up back to normal. Oh my god, this horse... This, I think comp horse game is really funny. I agree. Alright, anyways. It reduces health loss in the last quarter. I see. Okay. Well, I mean, that's kind of important for her, too. Stamina does the whole time. That's fair. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, go play in the sea. Yeah, have a good time, Haru. Yeah. Okay, only 40? Well, whatever. It's the mood went ups, too. Alright, summer vacation's over. Summer camp is done. Alright. I've already read all this, so it's fine. Because I've done that event before. This is like the second summer camp. Okay, so I had to place first in the JBC sprint. So now I have to think. It's a sprint. So what am I... Obviously, it's speed, right? I got no friendship bonuses with this. This is already max. That's good. So... honestly, I think, from what I understand, if a character friendship is already max, it doesn't really do anything for you anymore. So... In all honesty, I should just keep leveling up speed. I'm not sure how important stamina is, though, in this case. My stamina is super low, but she's a sprinter, so does it really matter? That's my question, right, for Haru, in terms of builds. You have less overall stamina usage as an end. You mostly care about speed stats and power, I see. Also, in terms of skills, I wasn't quite sure what else to get right now. I'm at 102. Wits, okay. Oh, I see. Speed, wits, and power. Not sits, okay. If you lose the Offkai tournament, you gotta be a backup dancer for the winner. It'd be so funny. Someone was talking about that. Oh, it was, I think, no, was it? Who was it that said it? Someone on Twitter said, bro, if the Evo top 3 don't have a concert based, like, with backup dancers at the end of it, I'm gonna be so, if the Evo top 8 doesn't have backup dancers and a singing thing, I'm gonna be so disappointed. Imagine Evo 2025, the loser has to dance with the winners. It's, but the winner has to sing. The winner has to sing though. That's the deal. That's the trade-off. Anyways, let's do speed. Okay, it looks good. Give me a good event here. Nice. Please upgrade my training facility. Yes, speed level 4. Okay, we're good. Okay, I haven't read this one. Hand in Hand. The threat of the URA finale's cancellation is the camp's in an uproar. Oh, I forgot about that. The weather was bad, so they couldn't grow any turf. And they need the turf in order to make this... The URA is supposed to accommodate for all horses, so all types of horse race, including dirt and track. Or, sorry, turf. So they need turf that they have to grow, but they don't have any because of bad weather. So they're like, at risk of canceling. Might be called off? No way. Oh, no. Everyone is sad. Because everyone put in so much work and effort. Plus, it was going to be a festival. There's going to be so much food. Thanks, Ogre Recap. The gluttonous Ogre Recap. Widespread dissatisfaction regarding the cancellation of the URA finale. Is it true the URA finale has been canceled? So many racers I wanted to support. The Academy can't find any replacement turf. Rough turf will put the runners at risk after all. Still, it's unfortunate. There has to be a way forward. I heard about URA finale being cancelled. What a shame. Meek and I finally resolved to seize victory there together too. Her subplot has actually been quite pleasant to watch. Fans who are looking forward to the URA finale, trainers and Uma Musume who see it as their goal. Let's see. Hayao will be the one doing it. You're so right, Murdoch. Imagine Hayao does the splits in midair. I managed to get a gold chip through the URA finals. Let's go, Petra. I've been trying so long to get her through it. I finally did it today. Let's go. You know, the funniest clip I saw recently was like Hololive's Gigi Murin doing gold chip run where she meant to do a different horse entirely, so she tried to make a joke run out of it, but gold chip just kept winning, and it was really funny. You're betting everything on Urahara? On Urara? Hara Urara? I thought if you wanted to gamble and lose, you bet on a gold chip and try to train her. Mercury was in retrograde, so she wasn't feeling like winning. I'm a Urahara and gold chip stand. I love losing. I played this. I mean, I did a Urara run because there's a quest that says get her to 5,000 fans, but then she just kept winning, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? Goldchip only wins when she's against you. True, actually. What's once started out as a mere declaration from the director has clearly grown into something much bigger. Its influence can still be felt even in this dark hour. The cancellation isn't set in stone yet, is it? There's just an issue with the turf.
Yes.
In that case, I won't give up until the end. I'll try and think of something. Right, let's put our heads together. The classic anime moment of let's think of a solution together. The power of friendship will save us. We rack our brains for a way to save the URA finale. Hmm? What are you up to? Is that the director? Where's she running off to at a time like this? Let's go after her. What are you up to? Oh my god, how much of the track will this cover? 20%? 10? 5? What am I doing? How can I possibly grow all this turf myself? Oh no, don't cry. Back to work. Grow, my beautiful turf. Grow so that my beloved Uma Musume can run towards their dreams. If there's anything... Okay, look. I love VTubers as much as the next guy, but I think the really important thing that VTubers gave everyone through such a rough time during the pandemic and lockdown was that it gave everyone hope. It gave everyone a taste of what it's like to support an idol. You know, support someone that can really just try their best towards their dreams. You know what I mean? Like, the idol aspect, regardless of if your VTuber's a shitposter or not, is interwoven into VTuber culture, right? From a baseline. And even if they don't do the song and dance, they still have hopes and dreams. They want to, like, make it big. They want to make content. They want to do things, right, creatively. And to have an audience that backs that up is a part of sharing together in your hopes and dreams. If they can do it, so can I. If they can have dreams, then I can achieve what I want in my life too. Life is worth living. And it's thanks to you. That's how I feel about it anyway. So when I see stories like this about hope and growth and, you know, just trying your damn hardest to achieve your dream, how could I possibly not support these horse girls and in their endeavors? You know? I want to see the impossible happen. I want to see something amazing while I'm still alive. And to do that, I'm willing to put the work in. Anyways, that's my rant. Goldship only wins when she's against you. Oh, wait, except when I train her because she tries to win so she can kick the shit out of me. She only wins if it means one dead trainer that week. That's fair. Did you do a run with Bakushin? Matter of fact, not only did I get Goldship past Euro Finals, I got her through only using one alarm clock and no Swinging Maestro. I don't even have Swinging Maestro. Betting 200 million on Ura Jara, it'll be 1/113 this time, trust. I mean, to those of you who don't know, in real life, Haru Urara won her first race ever on July 5th of this year. Looks like she's trying to grow the turf for the track herself. With a farm the size of the one director Akikawa purchased, it might actually be possible to grow the turf we need. But there's one big problem. Right, there's no way the director can produce all that turf alone. But if she wasn't alone, then maybe, just maybe, what if we got all the horse girls to help out? If 2 hands won't cut it, how about 4? And if we ask more and more people for help, sounds like we found our solution. Let's get to it. Yeah, the next day. I love how, like, she always punctuates the beginning of her sentences with the topic exhaustion, tiredness, fatigue, but there's no use feeling sorry for myself. Whoa, what's going on? Where did this crowd come from? Director, you're trying to grow turf for the URA final, right? Finale, right? I heard all about it. Let us help you out. I'm looking forward to this event too much to miss it. We also solicited volunteers on Twinkle Monthly's official website. We'll have more hands on deck shortly. You all came to help, but why? Director, look over there. There's more. More? I thought an honor student like you wouldn't want to get her hands dirty. Well, think again. I'll do any job perfectly, no matter what. You go, King. You're doing a first-rate job. Say, it'd be even more first-rate if you carry this soil. That's your job. Will you please take this seriously? You were quite the expert at handling Earth, Miss Falcon. What kind of weird compliment is that? Although, hold on. A farmer Umandol? Maybe that's a niche in the market. The students, too? The URA finale is no longer your dream alone, Director. The entire student body shares your vision. So when a certain pair reached out to me for help, why, it was simply my duty as student council president to gather all the hands I could. A certain pair? We saw that you might need help growing the turf, so we decided to ask for volunteers. And when we put out the request, well, as you can see, a lot of people wanted to pitch in. Trainer Bron, Trainer Kiryun. We all want the URA finale to happen. With this much help, we can grow plenty of turf. More than enough for the URA finale. Thank you. Thank you. And once again, thank you. I appreciate all of your help. Let's make the URA finale a huge success. Indubitably. Now, everyone, let's get to work. We're all looking forward to the URA finale, of course, but I don't think that's why so many people have come to help out. It's really Director Akikawa's dedication that brought us all together. Or so I muse as I pitch in planting turf. One day, as I'm walking down the hallway, doubling the Academy's equipment all for the sake of the Uma Musume. Simply amazing. Agreed, isn't it just? But that's only the beginning. I hear voices coming from a nearby room and decide to take a peek. Declaration. I promise to turn this gym into an unparalleled center of sporting excellence. Oh, wait. I know this event already. They're getting carried away. How much space do you think we have? Hold on now. Let's not get carried away. Okay, I have read this one already. This is a random event. I respect her a lot. Hey, Lemon Bob. Hey, you're that horse from horsing around. Whoa. It actually is 1 to 113 now. I thought she was retired. It was a retirement race, actually, for retired horses, and she won. Honestly, your favorite horse really shows your personality. Is Haru your favorite? It's definitely, like, what it's called. I enjoyed Haru's story. Rice Shower story is pretty fun. Funny enough, I really like Vodka's story. But, like, I went into Vodka's just thinking, this seems like a decent horse to run. And then after I read her story, I really enjoyed this one. It's hard, though. All these, like, I don't really have an Oshi when it comes to both horse girls and VTubers or whatever else. I don't have a favorite. I just have ones that I enjoy a lot, but I don't have a particular one that I only support. Because I enjoy all of them, really. As they say in Japanese, dare demo ii, which means anybody will do. Anybody is good. Everybody is good. Please save the word respect for after I make the URA finale a success. Alright. Alright, let's see. Stamina. Nice. Energy's low. If I train one more time, I'll actually make it to... That'll be 500. 32% though? A failure? I probably should play it safe here. Yeah. I mean, look, I know the odds are pretty good. 70% chance of it going well is nice and all, but like, why would I not want the extra energy, right? I love Goldshoe. She needs to be locked up. Yes. Let's just rest. All refreshed. Nice. You went to the park. Very good. Okay, 50 is good. Alright, let's do this. Get that speed up. Nice. Get that passive power up. One more time for speed here. Get that to 500. Ooh, Rainbow Wits though? Well, I don't think this actually benefits me very much, does it? Ah, shit. Okay, look, if you were in my position, would you rather get wits to 300, or would you rather get speed to 500? I'm not sure. Vulture reminds me of the drug addicts on Venice Beach. Jeez. Yeesh. I don't know. Speed is always best? Okay, thanks. That definitely saves me some thinking power. From what I understand, wit as a stat just makes it more likely for you to activate skills, right? Speaking of skills, Let's see. The only thing I can afford is... Oh, wait, no, we have tactical tweak as well. Position toward the back mid-race. Oh, but it only works if you're a pace chaser, though, so it's not really worth it. I could just save it, honestly, because we still have... How many more races here? We have... This is the second to last one before the Ari McKinnon. Speed is always best. And navigate? Oh, yeah, for sure. Navigate helps you pass horses. If I had the navigate one, I probably would pick it. Let's see. Passing ability. No, I already have that one. Positioning. Oh, yeah, up tempo is the one I needed. But only works in medium races, not sprints. Bleep bloop, I'm alive. Welcome back, Fleet. How you doing? Okay. I think I'm better off saving the points rather than just dumping them right now. Well, let's take a look at the racetrack course. It's firm. We don't have dirt, unfortunately. Or no, it is dirt, but we don't have what's it called, wet conditions, so it's fine. So really, all that's left to do is just enter and go. I also like Bakushin because she wins. I like winning horses. Fair enough. I think we just the only thing we can do is just go for it. Okay, well, I've already used one. No, I've used 2 alarm clocks on this run. Well, the free one and then one. So, well, I got another free one today. So let's see. You got this. My sleep schedule's cooked. Well, happens to the best of us. Number 4 favorite, huh? Who's the favorite? Number 2, Marzensky. Number 5, Sakura, Bakushin. I still think about the fact that there's a song that just goes Bakushin, Bakushin, Bakushin. Oh, she's feeling bad. Oguri Cap, number 3 favorite. Number 1, Taiki Shuttle. Yeah, that tracks. Anything could happen here, actually, especially with all the stats going. I have the highest speed stat, though, out of all of them. I think I have a decent shot here, guys. Well, Haru, it's up to you. I'll let it play out. I'll let the scene play out. Okay. It's lot 10, huh? It's the middle of the pack. The G1. I love the graphic design. Whoosh, 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 JBC Sprinto. Oi, dirt. 1,200 meters. All right, baby. A sandstorm? Does the FGC just love gambling? Yes, actually. That's why they play the games. Believer in chat right here. Oh, yeah. I love how many people are hooked on this game, and those same people are also people in the FGC. Oh, for sure. Sage Jam playing this game is funny, too. Really funny run with Bakushin today. Used 6 speed support cards to force a certain side objective. Didn't work, but it made it past your goals. It turned out pretty lore accurate, too. I hate gambling. Understandable, Garland. After last time. Okay, no late start. We're looking good. All right. So we're gonna hang back here in the late pack. These 3 are gonna just run ahead, which is fine. The important part is when you round the last corner here. I can only hope, right? She's not boxed in. That's the good news. I just got my eye on Haru the whole time. Ooh, getting cut off by Oguri Cap here. I don't know. I don't see a way for her to pass. That's always the scary thing whenever I watch these. What? Holy, what the? It's the final corner already? Brother, I'm scared for my life here. She has to win this damn thing. Haru, you're stuck. Oh, it's not happening. It's not fucking happening. I mean, still warms my heart that she has a great time every time, but still. You have failed me for the last time. If there's families in poverty, one still tries. Okay, anyways. The 5th. That's not good enough though. We have one free one for the day though. Look, I'll be honest. I don't. Well, okay. There's no failure for Haru Aurora. That's true. But okay, look. She has to win this though. Okay. My other option, despite it feeling like a really bad idea, is I could put her on pace. I've used the strategy before and it actually worked. Because she's a little closer to the front and not blocked into the pack if she does like this. It's a little risky though. So lock the fuck in. I know. I think your favorite horse is very indicative of your personality. You said that, yes. I'm thinking it might be a pace. I think it's a pace chaser moment. I think we might have to put her there to really make this go properly. So let's try this. Because as good as she is in the back line, I'm not sure, something's not working here. If your favorite horse is Gold Chip, you're most likely a terrorist. I think we're just gonna have to go for it here. Yeah, okay. Oh my god. Haru. Am I gonna see the impossible? I mean, we're just gonna skip over it again. Have I told you how much I love Gold Chip? Unrelated?
JBC スプリント。さあ、1番人気の紹介です。タイピシャトル。この評価は少し不満か ?2 番人気はこの子、マルゼンスキー。注目のハルウララ、1枠2番での出走。
火花散らすデッドヒートに期待しましょう。
ゲートイン完了。出走の準備が整いました。
Gold Chip is pretty funny. So, alright. Haru's got the inside this time. Alright, gonna be a pace chaser this time. So, gonna be a little ahead of the pack, but because the pack is pretty still packed together, I think this is a good position to take. Her stamina should be okay here. She's falling a little behind though. Wait, sprinting gear, that's good, that's good. Activate. Okay, just stay on them, that's all you gotta do. And then I think, well, the rest is up to her, I'll be honest. Oh my god, all the skills are popping right now. I don't know if we can compete with that, guys. I don't see it. Okay, that didn't work. She's actually worse. Funny enough. Okay. More power? I didn't have enough power? Oh, am I out of alarm clocks? Oh, I'm out of alarm clocks. I don't think I understand this game. I told you already, right? If you ignore the anime girls and the visual novel stuff, right, which you can just skip through, it's about min-maxing your stats to be the fastest horse. That's literally it. The dream is ruined. Ugh. We came so far. Was it? I think I just lacked... Did I just lack power? My power is a D+, though, so it wasn't bad. Well, you're getting the extra wet conditions then. Oh well, not a bad run. Not at all. Irene McKinnon as her last race was so sad and hilarious to me. I mean, you know, this is the highest rank I've ever gotten on a horse so far, which is insane to me. Okay. I got some sparks from that, so that's good though. I will try again on this horse. I think it's worth it. I want to see the ending of this one. Because it was so heartwarming to see it. Like, her whole hobby is that she goes to the market to volunteer and help out, and everyone loves her. Like, you know? Okay. Not bad at all. Okay, well, this can be replaced. Oh, wait. There we go. For dirt, and then for long, that's fine. I'm now E2. Wait, oh, no, not. I'm off by a little bit. That's fine. Actually, I could do the team race. Wait, special week. Oh, that's right, the legend race. I'm not winning this. Okay, I heard that if I complete all the special missions for week 2, right? Then I get like a free SSR ticket or something, from what I understand. Let's see, where is it? Oh, there it is. Part 2, Day 7. Obtain a cumulative score of 1 million in team trials. Is that it? This one right here, right? On an unrelated note, made it to Plat 3 on Ed after weeks. Oh, hell yeah. Congratulations. I'm relearning the game on leverless, so I'm stuck in gold for a while. The first one is a 3-star. The second one is an SSR support. Oh, that is really good, actually. But let's see. How do I get it, though, is the problem. Is this thing, right? Complete all day 1 through day 7 special missions. Let's see, special. Day 1, part 2. Okay, wait, that just literally means just do them all, right? Place top 3 in the Shuka Show and career. Okay, top 3 in the Victoria's Mile and career. Basically, just play the game more is what it's telling me. It's yelling at me to just simply play the game more. I play this game actually like pretty little compared to everyone else. I do maybe like 1 campaign every other day. But I guess while we're here, right? What's one of my missions here? Special mission. Top 3. Complete a career playthrough with Sakura Bakushin gaining 5,000. Oh, that's the one I want to do. Okay, so I guess we're doing Sakura Bakushin next. Alright, you are a sprinter on turf, which is the opposite of Haru. Yeah, alright, we can make this work. And she wants to be a front runner. Okay. Well, we're obviously gonna put Haru here. And then my other good horse is Rice Shower, so I guess we're just gonna do that. I don't really have much else going for me here, okay? I finished 9 Souls, what a peak game. I gotta play that at some point too. The first one is a 3-star, the second one is an SSR support. Oh wait, I just read that. Play the horse game. Don't ever stop playing the horse game. If you don't, your horses are gonna get kidnapped at the Glue Factory. Provocation only pumps speed, just pump only speed. You know, the thing about you, Petra, is that half the time I can't tell if you're being serious or not, because it's always about the bit with you. Auto select. This game knows it better than me, which is usually all the same cards I own anyway. So, let's just do it. Call it? I don't know. Alright, so we skip this because I've already read it. Not lying about Bakushin. Am I trolling or serious? I don't know. I'm just gonna do whatever I need to do. Plus 5 speed, stamina, guts, long, late surger, blue rose clover. Okay. Run in junior, make debut. You literally just go all speed. Yeah, okay. Sakura Bakushin's run. Thanks, Fleet. You have to call it. I can't call it for you. What am I calling? BS? She will surely perform well. The reason for that being... Okay. I'll show them what world-class speed is like. I see. Accelerating straight off the bat and then speeding up even more. Even as her trainer, my eye stroke will keep up with that speed. Oh, she fast. Okay. It's just literally pump speed, huh? However... Oh. She got no stamina. Were you trying to run over 1,200 meters just now? Yes. Your legs felt good. Okay. A perfect 2,400 meter run? Trolling or serious? I feel like you were being serious, but with the tone of trolling. I used 6 speed supports on my first Bakushin run and was surprised to find a lore accurate. Oh wait, you did talk about this earlier, yeah. Take it easy there. The moment the distance increases even a little, her performance drops. It seems she really is best suited for sprinting. I see. But don't tell me that your goal is to run in a mile race. After training is over, I began laying out an overall plan to help her develop. Hello. I don't remember calling for you. Oh, okay. What? Okay, thank you. Okay. Winning all the G1 races through sheer speed, that's your goal? You've drawn up a plan already? You gotta take on all the G1 races in a single year? 30 races? You can't participate in all the races in just 1 year? I explained how certain races can only be run during certain periods and that there are different entry requirements for each race. Okay. Yeah, you can only enter those in your junior year. You can only shoot for the Triple Crown in your classic year, which is your 3rd year. That's basic knowledge. She's also got to consider things like distance aptitude and issues with scheduling. Winning every G1 race is absolutely impossible. Therefore, shouldn't we narrow down what races you're aiming for? Huh? It's your duty as class representative to set a reasonable schedule. I tell her it is her responsibility as class representative to mark out an easy to understand path for future Uma Musume to follow. You know, talking to Bakushin and Haru is actually very similar in that they are both very simple creatures. Even the game tells you to give her speed. Yeah, I can tell. I just want to tell Duck you. Sorry, you read it twice. All good. I also did that just to get 3-star speed sparks. Okay. Alright. Triple Crown. The Satsuki Show. The Japanese Derby and the Kikuka Show. Okay. The Arima Kinen. Competition of the very best Uma Musume after all, so I can't not enter. Tenno Show might also be a good race to enter. It can act like a shield. It's the perfect race for guarding the seat of representative. Let's go with that plan. Alright, that's much better. Okay. The Bakushin Road. Yeah, alright then. I can't not like simple characters. It's just something about them. Alright, it's all speed, baby. Her proposed schedule focused on stamina doesn't make use of her talent at all. Okay. Okay, let's just pump speed then. Okay, I'm gonna be hearing that a lot. Trust the speed boost, 6 speed cards, and level 5 speed training. Yep. Anyways, we skip this part because this is the same thing every time. Okay, great. We got a bonus on. Oh, we got a bonus already. Okay, you got straightaway adept. That's great. More of the thing that you get to see every single time. That's fine. Okay, what was that skill I just got actually? Let's see. Where sprinting gear is good. We want that. Straightaway adept. Slight increased velocity on a straight. Yeah, we want both of these two, so we need to aim for 300 about. Okay, cool. It just keep pumping speed. That's all we need to do. Oh wait, hold on. I was reading that. That's new. Where's my log? Oh, here it is on this side. One day, Sakura Bakushin O's homeroom teacher wants to talk to me about her grades. She's a serious student, but her grades are lacking. I want to help her, but was that the pillow book you were quoting just now? In spring, the dawn, in summer, the night. The passage describing the wonders of the 4 seasons really left a strong impression on me. It was such a powerful passage. The impact made me forget everything else we read. I see. Forgetting things as soon as you learn them certainly makes it difficult to get a good score on tests. The best way to help her improve would be... Anime horse girl gambling. If the only thing I'm gambling on is which one is the correct option here. Provide her an opportunity to review? I feel like this is correct compared to... If I just let her do whatever she wants, I feel like it's not going to work out. If I provide her with future opportunities to talk about her classes, it'd make for a good review. There we go. I try to focus on her interests so she won't forget the things she learned. How would you describe the 4 seasons, Bakshino? Good question. Bakshino in the spring, running along the cherry tree-lined roads as their blossoms flutter down. Bakshino in the summer, running under the blazing sun is great too. Bakshino in the fall, running through the mountains while admiring the colorful autumn leaves. Bakshino in the winter, running in the snow with more vigor than a wolf. That's it. That's about it. What do you think? Well, it's very like you. Okay. The day I am known as the Sei Shonagon of Tracing Academy might not be so far off. If I get super famous, I'll be in high demand no matter the race. I'm not sure that's how it works. Either way, it at least seems she hasn't lost interest in the pillow book. Let's move on to questions that will likely appear on the test. Just imagining the scenery makes me want to run so bad. Huh? Oh, okay, we're gonna early start on training. With the words barely out of her mouth, Sakura Bakushin dashes off at full speed. It's amazing how she puts all her energy into everything she does. The one issue is her lack of persistence and composure. I let her homeroom teacher know that keeping these factors in mind is essential for improving her performance. Well, we got more stamina, so that's cool. Let's just keep going. We skip this part. That's the giant tractor coming in. Yep, now we got the director as a thing. This is these two just having some fun. 24% failure? Do I take those odds? I take those odds, right? Actually, there's no reason to take those odds. I'm gonna be resting anyway. What? There's no reason not to rest here when I think about it. I'm so hungry. How hungry? Oh, nice. You got a good night's sleep. You got a recommendation? Your textbooks? Our textbook is so versatile. Looks like Sakura Bakushin had good rest on her day off. Did you sleep on your books? Okay, 63. Nice. This one. Alright, basically we find a flyer to the aquarium, and we invite these two, and she learns that, you know, maybe I should do more fun things with my horse. These 3 go shopping. That's the whole event. Okay, next, speed. Nothing changes. We just press one button and see what happens. That's all we're doing. And then we put her as front runner and just wish for the best. Please upgrade my training facility. Thank you. It's very straightforward. You do one thing and one thing only on these runs. Okay, we're already looking great. Nothing changes. Nothing changes. Just keep on pumping speed. 4 in the morning, crack of dawn. What is this one about again? Oh, I remember this one. She's making more adjustments, but it puts everyone in a good mood, so it's great. Okay, keep going. Oh fuck! I did not look at the thing. No! To think someone as brilliant and prudent as myself would get injured. You've been thinking? Do tell. The physics of the Earth weren't quite able to keep up with my Bakushin. Come on, Earth, try to keep up next time. No, no, you don't. You are staying here and resting. You sit in that bed and rest, damn it. I learned my lesson last time. I know your mood's gonna go down. Oh, your speed went down too, but it's worth it, okay? We are resting, and then we're gonna train more speed. Oh my god. Hiyumi, thank you for raiding with a party of 47. Welcome in Raiders. Hello, my name is Bron, modern day bard at your service, your one-stop shop for poetry, performance, and pleasantries. When I'm not playing fighting games, you can usually find me reading, writing, and sometimes I might even sing you a song. But hey, welcome in. Full health raid. You're just in time because my horse just suffered an injury. But yeah, welcome in. My shout-out bot is broken. I don't know what's wrong with it. So I hope that you had a fun time doing whatever you're doing. I'm going to take a wild shot in the dark here and guess you were playing the same game. Civilian Zero, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Urban Undead, hello, good to see you. Top Hat Dino, welcome in. Spice Oni, hello, welcome in. Mr. Indigo, hello, welcome in. Heyumi, thank you so for the raid, I appreciate it. And Hakunam, thank you for the raid. Sending heals, thank you, I need them. Raiding and running, have a good rest of the stream. Thank you, Heyumi, have a great one. Good to see you. How much do you like gambling? Raiding, okay. It was Love in Deep Space or Heyumi's, oh my goodness. Okay, well, which boy did she pick? I only know, I think there's like 5 of them, right? That's, I mean, I have very tertiary knowledge about Love in Deep Space. Xavier girly? Alright, hold on. Xavier, huh? Let me go look this up real quick. Oh, it's the white-haired boy. If I'm getting this right. Oh, wait. Is this your card? She got married to him? I don't think Bakushin has the capacity to think. I think you're right. Yeah, alright. I respect the choice. Looks good to me. She needs the capacity to think so she can carry out evil, though. Oh, well, anyways. She got some rest. Great job. Wow, all your energy refilled yet again. Just run it. Just keep going. You're doing great. Speed is all you got. Speed is all you have. Speed is what you're gonna use. Oh my goodness. Whoa, one more for the road. You know, I suddenly understand why the song is literally just Bakushin, Bakushin, Bakushin over and over. Do I get a speed upgrade? Nope, never mind. She just was pleased. Okay, cool. Oh, never mind. Perfection. Wow, speed level 3 before the race day. Okay. Guys, we are at the cusp of an ad break, which means that I'm going to run ads for 3 minutes because we got to do that every hour and to make sure that nobody misses anything. Well, okay, even more so than that, I need a break. I need to go drink some water and use the restroom. So if you got to do that too, go do that. We'll be right back after these messages, okay? I'll be back in about 3 minutes, and we're going to continue this run. I'm going to do this whole career and see how far we get, and then after that, we'll raid out. All right? Good luck at the bathroom. Bron, not you too. I do something play. I mean, I tried this game because everyone said it was good, and I tried it, and it was good, so I have no complaints, really. I'm not convincing anyone else to play. Right? This stream is for the people who want to see it. If you don't want to see it, that's fine too. But if you're interested, you could give it a try and see why everyone likes it. That's all. Anyways, ad break time. I'll see you all in 3 minutes. Welcome back from the ad break. Hope you had a good one. I realize I've been streaming for like 4 hours, so how about this? I'm gonna cut the difference here. We'll do one race. We'll see how this goes. And then probably we'll raid out, okay? How's that sound? I've been lurking playing this damn horse game with my friend while my friend gave me advice about it over Discord. Well, let me know if you enjoyed, I guess. It's okay if you don't. I mean, honestly, it's a good game either way. I didn't expect Ume to pop off this hard, but I'm glad to see everyone else understand the pain that is Golshi. Yeah, you can always save and quit to save the run for another time. Oh, I know that. I'm just saying, like, for a satisfying ending, I think we need to see at least one race. This game is a full-time job. Only if you let it be. I do, like, one career. Maybe every 1 or 2 days. So, like, every other day is what I do. That's the problem. Okay, but look on the bright side. This game is a roguelike. And so, just because you can roll for stuff doesn't mean you have to. Like, I'm free to play. I didn't hit anything and I'm still doing fine and having a good time. Like, with enough time, you can have a good time too. Time I send Golshi out, I just pray. Anyways, what's going on here? There's an all-rep showdown happening in the gym. We have to hurry and support Baku. All-rep showdown? My interest sparked, I peek into the gymnasium. As class representative, I'll definitely be victorious. Do your best, Baku. Show them your top speed. That's my line to Bamboo Memory. As head and representative of the disciplinary committee, I'm gonna turn you to dust. Huh? So cool, I got chills. I was going to just get the thing I'd forgotten, but instead I stumbled across some absurd showdown. Oh, trainer, have you come to cheer me on? Actually, I was just on my way to get something that I'd left behind. What are the chances? I do like that reaction. It's a very funny one. To think you just happened upon the locale of a battle that will go down in history. The all-rep showdown is what separates the good from the great when it comes to student function representatives. Until now, every battle has ended in a draw. Today's winner will be crowned the strongest representative, but we need to decide our battleground. This is our 50th battle, and we're running out of showdown themes. You're right. Actually, trainer, just a moment ago, you said you were on your way to pick up something you left behind, right? How about the person who picks up my trainer's forgotten item and returns back here with it first is the winner? No objections here. Lending a hand is part of our duties, which makes this the ideal stage for a battle between model students. I didn't even say what I lost. And so the curtain draws on the all-rep showdown. And I did it. With this, I've taken the title of strongest representative. Ah, so that was the power of Bakushin. Such terrifying speed. Indeed, but my trainer is the one who helped me get there. Running to help out my trainer made me remember my usual training routine. You're applying what you've learned. Let's go. You've helped me out so much, it feels satisfying to return the favor by returning your forgotten item. Ah, I was totally defeated, but I'm also touched by the bond you two share. What an emotional roller coaster. Congrats. The victor, Sakura Bakushino, continues to be showered with celebratory cheers. Celebratory cheers, there we go. Wit went up by 10. New condition, charming. Hey, nice. That's a good one. Well, let's see what I can get here. I think I take the sprinting gear first, and then after that, I will take the straightaway adept after. That seems like a good plan. My first couple free rolls, I accidentally got most of the banner cards. I don't know how. Congratulations, you don't have to roll anymore for now. I believe that the trainer of Goldship is the strongest man on this earth, because if you know anything about IRL Goldship, oh boy, I've heard the stories. It's very funny. Alright, let's take this skill and just run. I'm optimistic. The time has finally come for Bakushin, or Sakura Bakushin, to run in her debut race. At last, at long last, my debut race. Your confidence is awe-inspiring, I'll say that much. My greatest challenge yet, the time is now. You seem pumped up. I am. First, I'll make a huge splash with a perfect debut, and then everyone will be like, gasp. I'm ready to give them the surprise of their lives. It's time for my glorious debut. Alright. You know, I'm just gonna put you in front. I'm just gonna put you in front. I'm not even gonna think about it. How does one man handle chaos in horse form? The best he can. He just does the best he can. Anyways, I like how real Goldshoot's trainer told the dev to make sure Goldshoot was a nightmare to train. I just love the fact that the developers of the game were respectful enough to check in with every trainer, apparently, to make sure that their depictions of the horse is accurate to some degree. Alright, let's just get into it, yeah? Well, alright, just speed your way straight to the finish, would you? There shouldn't be any horse here faster than you, as far as I understand. They're rounding the corner now. Pray. Pick a god and pray. Oh. Really? Class rep plus speed equals Bakushin. What does this skill do again? I just know it makes her faster. That's all I really need to understand. Well, it looks like the training paid off because all she really needs is speed, and she's not slowing down. I mean, as long as the distance is short, I think she should be fine. Yeah, alright. That was a shoo-in. You know, the nice thing about having a stamina lineage is that I don't have to worry about training stamina at all. Or legacy, I should say. Great job, Bakushin. Well, that's nice. Just like that. Okay, I need to get 5,000 fans. That's the goal here. Yes, I can see it. See what? I can see myself running at a speed like never before, charging down the Bakushin road. Let us Bakushin with gusto. Okay. First off, what races shall I compete in to ready myself for the Satsuki show? It's me running, so it has to be a G1. The Asahi High Futurity Stakes. Or perhaps the Hanshin Juvenile Fillies. She's completely set on G1 races. She doesn't have enough experience to debut in a G1 race yet. So for now, she's better off competing in something like... I have a suggestion. I'd like to hear it. Would you like to try running in the KO High Junior Stakes? 1,400 meters. I'd like to make the Satsuki show my first classic race. Wouldn't that be way too short by comparison? Most of the junior year races are short distance. Honestly, I feel like even 1,400 meters might be too long for Bakushin. As class representative, you must exercise humility. Humility? Jumping headfirst into G1 races might seem cool, but I'm worried some people might keel over in shock if they see her speed. I try to convince her it would be best to first show up at the KO High Junior Stakes and gradually let everyone get used to her speed. Don't you think that's the kinder thing to do? I think. You're right. Understood. Then, for the next race, the goal is to let the world at large witness my speed. A simple creature. Very simple creature. In no time, the crowd will be used to chanting, "Whoa, so fast." One way or another, we decide our next race will be the KO High Junior Stakes. I wanna put my head in my hands for this one, guys. Alright. Bakushin plus speed equals the Flash. Okay. Alright. 8 turns to reach the goal. Literally just keep pumping speed. Okay, eat your vegetables. Eat your vegetables. Cool, okay. I've taken Lucky 7 once and it's never happened. What am I looking for here again? I don't think it particularly matters. Just keep going. Just keep running. I do love the way that the eyes are drawn in this. Alright, nice. Okay, this one is... Yeah, I've seen this one before. Anytime you see a green banner here, it's the same event every single time, because it's, like, important for the plot. Usually it's introducing a new character. Alright. Speed... Okay, 24%. Am I feeling lucky? Yeah? Okay, we're good. Maximize. Alright, another one. Off to the aquarium again, right? No, never mind. It was just meeting the trainer for the first time. Stop skipping, I was reading that. As I enter my office, I spot a piece of paper left on my desk. I'll be waiting in the gym, sign the class representative. I've been waiting for you and hope you've braced yourself. For what? Did I do something wrong? Am I going to get scolded? Trembling slightly, I prepare myself. An award. Huh? You demonstrate outstanding leadership and help me polish my skills. That's right, thanks to you, even my Bakushin has reached new levels. So allow me to show you the true meaning of Bakushin. The meaning of Bakushin? I might be an elite among model students, but you are a trainer among trainers. This letter embodies my respect for you. It's a letter of commendation. Please take it. To think I'd receive such a heartwarming letter from this unpredictable girl. The letter of commendation brings a tear to my eye. Nice. Back to training for you. Oh, wait, fuck. I pressed it without thinking. Whoa. I apologize. That's on me. What is going on? I think I'm going to raid after the race. I thought so too. But I just want to get 5,000 fans first. Spot a mysterious huddle of people. Thank you for your vote. I really appreciate it. Hey there, what's all the commotion? I'm not sure. Is it a politician doing a speech here? Everyone seems quite hyped up. I'll continue to meet everyone's expectations with full-powered Bakushin. I'll be right back. I see, so the class representative is at the center of this. Quite the popular racer, isn't she? Well, if it isn't trainer, take a look at this vote in my favor. That's a fan letter. You could call it that too. You're her trainer, right? I'm really thrilled to meet you as well. I'm rooting for both of you. Thank you. Absolutely, I definitely won't let you down. Bakushin action for the win. Bakushin action? I just have to show them. That's enough. What are you talking about? As class representative, it's my duty to put on a show, and as a genius, I must Bakushin. More than anything, I want to run because I enjoy it. Right, let's get started. Is that you, Nature? Nice timing. This is a great opportunity. Huh? Nady is going to run as well? Yay, go, go. Run. Wait, why do I have to run too? This whole scene isn't even for me. It's fine. Competition makes my Bakushin stronger. Hold on, you over there. You're a trainer, right? Do something. I rush after the rampaging Sakura Bakushin and manage to catch up with her while she's taking a breather. Okay, her mood went up, skill points went up. Fantastic. Okay, let's not risk that again. Let's rest. All refreshed. Protected the peace in the town with Biko. Collecting trash, patrolling the area. We even put on a superhero performance in the park. My goodness. Fantastically fulfilling day off for a class representative and model student, if I do say so myself. It seems Sakura Bakushin was able to enjoy her day off in her own unique way.
You are...
Just one more horse race. Well, I mean, we're only 5 turns away, so it's not that bad. Bakushin style findings. One day while I'm walking around campus. A rat? Is that a rat saying Bakushin? A cat? I'm afraid not. It is I, your class representative. I blew my cover. Are you playing hide and seek? I'm playing pretend. You see, I don't want my research subjects to find your research subjects. Where do my subjects go? Let's go find them? Huh? I have no idea what is going on, but it doesn't feel right to leave her alone either, so I decide to tag along. The tracks don't look so good today. Not a single normal horse in this entire game, and that's perfectly fine and beautiful. That's because of yesterday's rain, but these are the perfect conditions for muddy track training. Then my misfortune might cause something bad to happen. Taking appropriate measures in the event of an irregular occurrence is also part of training. Do you not recall this? Bourbon, you're right, thank you. It's no matter. More so, there's something that has caught my interest. This mud is heavy. To think I would become trapped. You're quite the opponent, old muddy track. It's so difficult to catch what they're saying, especially Bourbon. Conditions irregular? Part of platter of tuna? They plan to eat sushi after training? I must also attend for my research then. Are those two your research subjects? Oh, how did you know? Yes, I'm conducting research on those two, my supposed future rivals. It is quite a large project, so I had all intentions to keep it a secret from you as a precaution. Yet it appears you are quite the mind reader, trainer. You're some kind of cryptid, aren't you? I'm no cryptid. I more or less understand why Sakura Bakushin is keeping watch of the two Umu Musume, but I feel I should still ask her directly. Why those two specifically? Good question. I will answer you as class representative. Those two are the latest hopefuls for the classics next year, which means I will surely face them if I'm to follow the Bakushin road. Rice Shower. She is on the small side, but she's a stayer with real talent. She may seem wimpy, but deep down she has the guts to win. Mihono Bourbon. She has enough speed to run as a sprinter, and her stamina lets her take advantage of her speed. That makes her a formidable contender. Both of them are hard to handle, but Bourbon will likely be the harder fight. Her speed cannot be taken lightly. I'll have to battle for the lead right from the start. Hey, are you listening? Don't space out now. That was quite the excellent analysis. Sakura Bakushin usually just plows headfirst in things, but here she's making astute observations. Of course, I'm class representative after all. Analyzing my rivals is but a piece of cake. No, it is merely a crumb of my powers. If I get the research bit down, then any medium race will become a cinch. She hasn't quite grasped the most important factor here, but I hold back on saying anything. That's one. Oh, you've been spotted. What? I have observed that you, Bakushino, have been tracking us since morning. Therefore, I have reasoned that you must have something you wish to discuss with us. So I shall ask you. Before you do, I most certainly have not been researching you two. No way, nuh-uh. Huh? Research? That's right, go now, practice in peace. Squeak. Wait, Bakushin, if you run off like that, then... Horsing around? Haven't you heard of that sitcom in years? Perchance horsing around? I'm just joking around. Oh no, Bakushin, look back because I called out to her. Now she's covered in mud. While helping her up, I think over how best to deal with Sakura Bakushin's fervent dedication toward the Bakushin road. Speed went up. Good enough for me. Back to the grind for you. More not stop until your speed is like A. Bakushin class? While taking a stroll in the park, I hear a familiar voice coming from a sweet shop. They may be delicious and all, but you still need the Bakushin. You've got to gobble them up. Alright. Inari won. No. Don't you know that you gotta savor the flavors for the true Japanese sweet experience? What's the matter? Oh, perfect timing. We can ask you instead. I bumped into Inari at the sweet shop, and so we got to talking over some tea. We both love Japanese sweets, you see, so we got a little fired up discussing the best way to eat the tea cakes they're serving today. Whatever the sweet, you've got to Bakushin it down. Chomp and gulp till your stomach is full. No. These tea cakes are made to be enjoyed with a hot cup of tea. Slowly savoring the flavors, the real height of class. So that's the dilemma. Class or Bakushin? Naturally, you prefer the Bakushin, don't you? I'm Bakushin it right now. One must savor each cake slowly and delicately. I'm more about the art of sophistication. You got to eat as much as you can. I'm all about the art of Bakushin. Brother, what am I supposed to pick here? I'm a Bakushin. Pants grab. On my soccer till I Bakushin. I mean, as her trainer, I have to support Bakushin, right? It's probably going to give me more speed too, actually, if I think about it. Well, let's find out. All in on Bakushin. That's right. When you have a chance to eat sweets, you've got to enjoy them to your heart's content. To my heart's content, you say? Alright, you know what? Being open-minded is also pretty classy. Yes, open your mind and your stomach. That's the true spirit of Bakushin. Inari, trainer, let's Bakushin together. Huh? Together? Bring it on. Show me how open-minded you can be. That goes for both sweets and sophistication. Oh my lord. You ate too much. The Bakushin method of consumption. Such spirit and determination, this pure love for the food is to be praised. The result is a compassionate Bakushin and a well-satiated Sakura Bakushin. Oh, I got more energy and skill points. Cool. Well, I did need those, so that's cool. I just keep pumping it. Who's boxing? All right, here we go. Nice. Fantastic. All right. Ah, level 4 speed. Okay, this one I've seen already. This is literally Die with Scarlet, tries to compete with Tachyon. Agnes Tachyon, it does not go well. Yo, it's a surprise. You'll never believe what we're doing next. Isn't that right, Sakura Bakushin? That's right, it's your favorite. More speed. Yeah, that's right. More speed for Sakura Bakushin. Yeah. All right, get in there. Okay, this one is Agnes Digital is nerding over horses again. Okay. More speed. Failure 30%. I'll take those odds. Fantastic. Okay, we're good. Now we're in D speed. Okay, great. I ran my heart out today as well. My legs have turned to jelly. Huh? Who goes there? Rice, where are you off to at such a late hour? Bakushin. Oh, well, I just thought I'd go for a little run. I want to do my best like everyone else. I'm sorry. I'll hurry and be back for curfew. Whoa, you're such a hard worker, and will you look at your footwork? Wonderful. I'd expect nothing less of one of my rivals. Even my jelly legs are itching with excitement. Are you going to keep running? What a great idea. Let's do it. After that, Sakura Bakushin and I continue to train until curfew. But hey, you know, we get more points, and that's good. Yeah, alright. Speed slop. Back in the speed dungeon with you. Alright, I think this will be fine. Wait, actually, can I get another skill yet? No, I cannot. I need 153. I should have done one more race, but it's fine, honestly. I think we'll be okay. Sai, what's the matter? I was a little sad. This might be the last time I get to Bakushin a sprint. Saying such a thing, perhaps she started to understand the appeal of sprints. It's such a shame, you know? The spectators will surely be upset too. There may be people out there born solely to witness this divine speed, a speed that can tear short-distance tracks to shreds. Right. But one must do what one has to do. A representative always needs to act for the greater good. The only thing I can do is make sure I go out with a bang. As a tribute to everyone, I'll show them a splendid victory. Alright. Number 4. Who's number 1 then? Number 2, King Halo. Number 3, Late. Number 1, Maruzensky. Okay, that tracks. The G2. KO High Junior Stakes, Tokyo Turf. 1,400 meters. It's a beautiful day for racing. Overcast and cloudy. The turf is in good condition. I can't believe they let the horses just race in any condition, really. Go, Bakushin and Urara have very similar eyes when I look at them. Okay, you have one job. It's a sprint. So I assume you're not gonna run out of what's it called? Stamina for this, right? I would hope not. Well, you're staying ahead. Can you? Well, you're in the head. You're in the lead. But can you stay ahead? Well, it's not looking good. She does not have the stamina for this, but let's find out. I forgot to read what her old skill does again. I just assumed she just goes faster. And she gets sprinting gear. Oh my god. It's so over. For them. We're so back. Wait. Actually, never mind. Maruzensky is too fucking fast. Wait. 20 meters. Sakura? Bakushin? Are you serious? Holy fuck. I can't believe it. What a nail biter. And you wonder why I keep coming back to this game. Was there ever any doubt? Wally West versus Bakushin, who wins? Alright. Fantastic. Congratulations. Okay, trainer. The crowd has finally been acquainted with my speed, which means that from next year, I have to give them a once-in-a-lifetime supreme showdown. I'm finally going to be participating in the classics. Yeah? Alright, how should I charge into the Satsuki show? How about I just go for it immediately? Charging straight into a decisive battle is very Bakushin-like. That might be a bit too much Bakushin. It would certainly be a bit too sudden of a challenge, so going by the book, it'd be better to... How about you try your hand at the spring stakes first? Oh, that's a race where many outstanding Umamusume with their eyes set on the Satsuki show will also compete in, right? The spring stakes is 1,800 meters. It's longer than what she usually runs, but it would give her some time to think and consider various things before the Satsuki show. It's a race befitting a model student. I understand. I'll join the spring stakes next. With my speed, I'll be able to blast through the 1,800 meters in an instant. It's decided then. Time to start training for medium distance races. We're literally just pumping more speed. Speed went up by 3, stamina went up by 3, everything goes up by 3. Alright. Honest experiment demonstration. One afternoon, calling out to me like this, are you finally confessing the culprit in the explosion the other day was actually you, wasn't it, Tachyon? No such thing. I just have a favor to ask you today. As class representative and a model student, you're the only one I can ask. Oh, is that so? In that case, go ahead and ask away. Aha, I'm glad you're honest and dependable. Okay, take a look at that clock over there. It emits unique radio waves that are similar yet different to regular ones, and uses the brain as a type of receiver. This affects the pineal gland, producing melatonin. Unique radio mellow. What? In other words, you're being bombarded by intense drowsiness, but I want you to harness it for your growth. Growth. I see. In that case, it's time for the class representative to shine. I'll show this drowsiness who's oh, okay. Hypnosis successful. Now for the next phase. Look around. You're doing a light jog along the beach at night, aren't you? Oh yes, my legs are so light. It almost feels like I'm running on air. Oh, then start doing that. Run to the sky. Surpass your limits. Soar across the horizon. Now surpass my limits. Oh, I did it. I'm blasting through the sky. Huh? What on earth am I doing? Where did the beach go? Okay. It's time for the big reveal. Class rep, the culprit who blew up the classroom the other day was none other than me. What did you say? Not once, but twice? The classroom is sacred, and you dare blow it up? I caught you now, Tachyon. I'll get you with ease. As I thought, there's a noticeable change in your gait. My pretend getaway provided us with all the evidence we need. My performance-enhancing hypnosis hypothesis was correct. The power of suggestion is actually quite powerful, by the way. Don't be sleeping on that. Well, I guess that's a pun. Sakura Bakushin's running somehow got better. Great mood. Speed went up by 5. Incredible. Wowee. Well, I can get the straightaway adept now. No reason to sleep on that. Well, then again, there's no reason to get skills early unless you want to race. Ooh. I feel like I mean, you can just train speed. The Uma Musumes need to have balanced stats, 6 speed cards plus level 5 speed training. I mean, well, I do have the rest actually though. Well, hold on. 85% failure. Oh. We're gonna save and quit there actually. Well, great job, Bakushin. One day I'll get all these horses to win all their respective races. Nice. The Bakushin run? Was doing the Bakushin run, yes. However, we're gonna put a pin in it. I'm gonna do the rest off stream and I'll let you guys know how it goes. Because I think you guys can probably guess how it's gonna go. 4 actually, but Bakushin won twice. I've won 3 races so far. Vodka again? I thought she was glue. No, she's just on the menu screen. She just says hi to me when I enter the game, that's it. Her attitude keeps me in a good mood. Anyways, but as you can see in the career, it's Bakushin down there. McQueen is glue for me. I know you want a motorcycle. Alright, say goodbye to the horse girls, everybody. No more horse girls. Oh, actually, that reminds me. There was one other thing I wanted to do on stream before I forgot. What was it? I gotta open some packs. Real quick. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I forgot there's an update. Okay. I heard the new expansion comes out on like the 16th. Thank you for the head pat, X Digital. She keeps fumbling. Thanks for the stream. Thanks, Murdoch. Whoa, hold on. We're not quite done just yet. There we go. Categories changed. There's a download real quick. Shouldn't take too long. I don't know what the download is for, but it's there. All right, open my daily pack. It's a gold card. Oh, another Skull Feint of Demise. All right. I'm thinking of crafting the Abyss deck. But, let's see. See, I have 12 tickets now. I was waiting to have... I was at 9 for so long, now I have 12. Let's see. Max 10. Let's see what I get now. The reason I wait for 10 is because it says right here, right? You have a guaranteed legendary card within 10 packs. So if I get 10, I'm guaranteed legendary. The worry, though, is that Albert, is that Sandalphon Grand Blue. You're kind of right. Well, actually, Albert is just blonde Sandalphon when you think about it. Well, okay, that's not true, actually. They're actually both characters in Grand Blue, funny enough. Here we go. Also, thank you for giving the bird his hat, honey. Alright, here we go. Alright, well, we got the one legendary. And a whole bunch of golds. Okay, we got a regular pack. Dust to dust. Sucks to suck. Gold. Oh, another Amalia. Hell yeah, that's a good one. Oh, big. Another Miriam and an Edelweiss. My third Ancient Cannon. And another fan of Otohime. Pretty good. This is the legendary. Aye. Okay, we got 2 Garyus now. Alright, well. It's something. I don't know. Ooh, Unholy Vessel. Really good. Zahar. Stormwave Dragoon. Oh, I see. It's got a ward, though. Pretty good. Anyways. Balto Dusk. Bounty Hunter. Abysscraft. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's a good one. And finally, one more. The Genesis Dragon Reborn. 10-man, 9-10 Storm. Okay, cool. Not a bad draw. But, yeah. Alrighty then. Very cool. There was something I wanted to check. Albert is from a different game, though? That's true. He is. Huh. I am... 14 cards away from completing the collection. I'm missing 1 legendary, 2 legendary, 3 legendary, 4 legendary. This is a gold card. This is also a gold card. Gold card. Really good gold card, actually. 5 legendary. 6 legendary. This is a gold card. Another good gold card. 7 legendary. 8 legendary. 9 legendary. I really should craft Olivia, honestly, but I've kind of just been sitting on it. I was sitting on it because of the fact that I had 10 packs to open. But, you know. Which reminds me, actually. Gotta log into the park. Get my key. Give me a key. Nice, okay. We can do the rest later. Oh, just more Avatar stuff? That's fine. How many keys do I have? Oh yeah, I used them. I got a legendary actually from that, but it was just another duplicate. Well, we can liquefy some cards here. How much dust do I have? How many vials do I have now? Quite a bit actually. Just sitting on this dust. Not using it to craft anything. Right, stage 2. Ah, I'm so sad. I did it all in one sitting the other night. I was in my bed. I was in bed on my phone, and I decided I'll just run this. It won't take too long. It took me like an hour. And I was so close to 4 wins. I lost the first game, and I won every single game afterwards. And then I lost the last game due to timing out on a turn. Happens to the best of us. Ah well. First entry's free, huh? I'm not doing this right now, though. How much time do I have until July 14th? 2025. Schedule. I assume this is my time. It's local time, so... I'm trying to get into Group A. But, times 2 per day. You have 2 days till the 14th. Okay. Do I give McQueen another chance to prove herself, or do I send her on an express pass to the Blue Factory? Never give up on a horse. Never give up on a horse. You know, grind those stats. Pet the Bron Swamp. Okay. I opened it up. I got what I needed. What are my quests? Win 4 ranked matches, play 30 followers, evolve or super evolve. Okay, pretty easy. Alright, everybody. That's enough of that. Let's go raid somebody. Let's go raid somebody. Let's go raid somebody. Let's go raid somebody. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Well, I think we got a raid. Well, okay, hold on. I got a question for you. Thanks for the stream. Yeah. Where's my background music real quick? Well, here's a poll. I mean, I'll make the final decision, but gauging interest. Two minutes on this one. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ba Thanks for streamer. Thank you very much. Oh, y'all want to see some melee, huh? Super Smash Brothers Melee. I got no answers. I guess McQueen's going to the glue factory. I just told you to not. It might be a little loud. Well, actually, I'll be honest, both streams are a little loud. Oh, no, this one's kind of chill. Melee? Super Smash Brothers Melee? Yes, that one. I'm just gauging interest here. Well, the vote is 3-1. As always, the actual people who participate in the vote is about as expected. I love the Hungry Rocks Rage clips that happened recently. Never seen a man so true as him. It has been a while since I've rated this person. H-Box is so real. It sounds like you guys want to see some melee right now. And honestly, I love melee. So, I'm okay with that. Although, Well, then again, one is a special occasion, though. Like... Well, the best thing to do, actually, is just look look how long ago was it the last time I rated. Because that always influences the decision a little bit, you know? It's actually been a while since I've rated either of them, funny enough. Alright, so based on the poll, now Melee won the poll, but like I said, I'm thinking about it, and no matter how I think about it, I think that it's good to support a special occasion. So, that's what I'm thinking. So, without further ado, follow me over here. Thank you everybody for coming. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for spending time with me. I really appreciate it. If you're watching the VOD, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to come see me. Hopefully get to see you live one of these days. Hopefully get to see you live one of these days. My lips are a little dry. I need to drink some more water. But yeah, we're going to be rating Church HB. Church is a very cool VTuber, streamer, fighting game content creator, best BB tag player that I know. Currently practicing Tekken because she'll be playing Tekken at EVO as well. She's also celebrating 5K followers. Revealed a new model today. Please go support her. She also sings if you like that. I missed it too. Thanks for streaming regardless. All good, save complete. The VOD will be up. I'm going to be saving this one because it has a lot of good information in it. But yeah, there's the raid message if you have the emotes. If you don't have the emotes, feel free to use the other one instead. Thank you for the assist, Murdoch. Appreciate it. But yeah, next time you see me will be Sunday. I'm busy tomorrow night. Well, I don't stream on Saturdays in the first place, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I did everything I wanted to. I played some Strive, talked a lot, played a little Horse Girl game, played a little Shadowverse. Well, not really, but you get the idea. Let me know if you guys like the Shadowverse streams too, by the way. I like streaming other things other than fighting games. I have to lock in with fighting games though because it's EVO month. But afterwards, expect a lot more variety. I never run out of things to say when I start playing variety games. But anyways, that's about it for me. My name is Bron, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Also, I wanted to put in a schedule, but for some reason, the site I used to make the schedules won't load. But anyways, bye-bye. Bye-bye.